Testing 1, 2. This is the mic. Mo station. Mo station sa NCOP. Hi, echo. Sound check 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. NCOP Chamber. Sound check 1 2. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning to everybody. Welcome to all the delegation from the ministers who are here, members of the Portfolio Committee, the chairpersons of various committees that are here, all the invited guests for the meeting of today. We will be starting in a minute's time. I just wanted to make sure that we can confirm, Andre, that the meeting coordinates all the members are here so that we can proceed.
Chair, we may proceed, Chair. We just request that everybody switch off the cell phones, Chair, but we can proceed to be correct, Chair.
Yeah, can we kindly switch off or on silent our cell phones so that we can have a proper proceedings? Thank you very much. Can we get the mover and seconder for the agenda? Honorable Malimejo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody in the House and fellow South Africans. I stand to move for the adoption of this agenda.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mgutu.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, member.
Yeah, Chair. I just want to check, noting that the agenda has been seconded, if it cannot be seconded with one or two amendments. And the issue is the issue of questions. For some of us in our committee, which were here for the first time, to sit here from 9:30 and only get to ask right at the end assumes a lot of background information, which the committee that's here for the first time doesn't have. So I was going to propose that the question and answer session, I know it's scheduled for like over 2 hours. Is there no way in which it can be spread out a bit, just so that this thing is manageable? Otherwise, it means we're just here to tick a box.
Okay, there's a suggestion that we split the first part and the second part to have question and answer sessions. Are there any seconders to the idea?
Maybe, Chair, I was going to suggest that when you speak about the split, can we just be clear on the agenda where that would be taken? Before tea or after Total Energies, maybe we can have questions and comments. Would that be in order, Chair?
Well, that's a suggestion that between tea and after lunch, we then factor in question. Member Slamna?
Chair, thanks very much. I understand the essence of what the honorable member suggests. The danger with that is that you are likely to comment when certain information is yet provided if you are to divide it in between. And therefore, you are then going to have a situation where after you commented, the presentation is made. Some of the answers you could have got from the other presentation, but also in a long run, you are going to have one speaker having to come again to speak on the same subject that we have spoken to. And we are trying to manage time. We may not necessarily have that particular time. So I would suggest that I understand the predicament members are going to find themselves in because of the nature and the number of presentations thereof. But what we could do is to note down what has been raised so that we can then comment on a comprehensive information that would have been provided, if I can persuade to do it.
Yes, Madam Wanya.
Yeah, no, Chair, so I don't want to engage on a dialogue. But I understand this approach, and this is what I'm objecting to, because what we're going to have with 4 or 5 committees that are here to start noting questions, we're going to have 100 questions, and there's not going to be an opportunity to say, no, my question has not been responded to, and all of that. It's going to be a mess. So Chairperson, I really insist that let's break it up. And I think the view that came from this side to say, let's agree where it makes sense. I mean, if your question is preempted, if what you're asking is getting addressed again later, I mean, no problem. So I really insist, Chair, that I really must break this up. We can't have this whole marathon between now and afternoon. It's just not practical.
Thank you. Member Van.
All right, thank you very much and good morning to honorable members and our guests and officials. We don't want to open a debate, waste time on this one, because it's the time that we're going to use. I don't think what you are saying is wrong, but the fact of the matter, if presentation are interlinking to one another, and then honorable members are used to note, but in a way that you are saying by yourself that it has been seconded and adopted, but the risk is that you are opening it up. Can I request and humbly request you that let's follow all what we have agreed upon. Even if we are saying we have a whole day here, we are not in a hurry, we can stay and sleep here if it is the case. Whoever wants to ask a question has a right. And even if it's 40, whoever number that we are getting onto, let's allow that to happen. But I want to request that this is not a debate issue that needs an agreement. If the chairperson, because he has to use his discretion and also direct the meeting on a right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the last hand, Member Langa.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone within the walls. No, Chair, I wanted to second the view that was proposed by Honorable Mokutu, that maybe, excuse me, if we slot in questions by a few companies, maybe by tea, and then the other questions we slot in after lunch, then should there be questions that responses interlink somehow, then I think that's when we will cross when we get there. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. Good morning to all of you, honorable members, ministers, staff from the departments, the private sector guests, as well as members of the media. We are meeting here today as 5 parliamentary portfolio committees, namely the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, Portfolio Committee on Transport, Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy, Portfolio Committee on Minerals, Petroleum Resources, as well as Portfolio Committee on Defense. The purpose of the meeting of today is to engage on the Section 79 directive in terms of the National Ports Act, which allows the Transnet Island View fuel storage leases to be renewed for a period of 25 years. This engagement follows from complaints that were received from industry representatives about the possible impact of the directive on the industry and the country at large. As Parliament, we are tasked with the responsibility of representing the people of South Africa. That the starting point was the listening to the people. Hence, we received the complaint and we saw it necessary to engage with various stakeholders who are involved in this particular area. This is our 3rd meeting on the issue. At first, we held a meeting on the 14th of October 2025. We engaged with the Minister of Transport and as well as the department and all the entities that are involved with an intention to understand the directive to an extent, the leases and the processes that were followed, and the implication, therefore, for our objectives, as well as whether there were alternative provisions in law in granting the leases. We then, on the 28th of October 2025, met with the complainants to get better understanding and the extent of the complaint. At the same time, we engaged with the Minister of Mineral Resources and Petroleum, as well as the Central Energy Fund, as well as the National Energy Regulator for South Africa, NERSA, to understand the role of SEF as well as NERSA as a representative of the state, as well as to solicit their views. from the start, our interest has been about the security of supply for the country. Secondly, it has always been about transformation, which is why the Department of Trade and Industry got involved. And thirdly, it was just around the issue of market concentration and how this can be addressed. These issues of national importance, hence we jointly met with the portfolios with various oversight mandates in relation to these matters. The two previous meetings have prompted us to invite all the beneficiaries of the directive, including the oil majors and other companies that have business operating in the Transnet Island View fuel precinct. The purpose of the meeting is to engage these companies on the Section 79 directive and their role in fostering transformation and inclusion, contribution to Black economic empowerment, particularly through ownership, management and control structures, issues of domestic investment in the island view, availing the storage capacity to the state and other companies, including Black traders, and the impact of the Section 79 directive as compared to an open tender process under the Section 56. It is critical that we engage on these issues, given our national objective of transformation and inclusive growth, market competition and security of energy supply, amongst others. Some of our country's strategic resources are not controlled by the state. Therefore, we must be engaged on these issues, particularly when it is an opportunity to change our current reality by ensuring that our decision not only benefit few, but all of us and the next generation of South Africans. The issue of the 25-year decision and its implication will not only be felt by us, but by generations to come. These are the issues that we have been looking at. Having received some of the presentations which are going to be shared today, few issues are highlighted. Firstly, that it is very clear that there is no third-party access policy that guarantees access to storage by historically disadvantaged people. So this is unless the companies as they present, the reason why I'm raising it upfront is that as they present, having assessed all the 11 presentation, is very clear that that issue is not covered. As legislators, we have a responsibility of coming up, either amending the legislation or relook into what can be done in order to ensure we can close the gap. And secondly, the role of NERSA as the only entity that is responsible in ensuring that they oversee the pipeline and storage in terms of the capacity and the usages is not properly dealt with, and I think it's one area that we will look at. And some of the entities, for instance, VOPEC, that was meant to create a platform for all traders to utilize their facility, is very clear that we will have to engage about who has had access into the space. And there's other things that are coming up, honorable ministers, including there's a board, the Cutlet board, that would have to discuss today and understand their role and who are the members and what do they do in the space. And I know that all of us might not be aware. So this particular board plays a very critical role in the business of the port, especially by the majors. So we want to engage with these issues. Before we allow the ministerial engagement, I would like to give my colleagues a minute or two each just to introduce themselves and just issues they want to raise. Then I'll immediately go straight to our ministers who are here. Thank you very much. I'll start with the defense.
Thank you very much, Chair. Morning to all the chairpersons, ministers, honorable members, parliamentary staff, and all the stakeholders from the private sector. We are here as the defense after our joint portfolio committees and agreed to come over. Our interest on the matter is that you know, as the chair of defense, I'm also in any democracy safe as a chair of the war cabinet. So petroleum is of key interest in our response in terms of any attack. It's of key interest in terms of management of borders, national key points, aircrafts, vessels, frigates, armored vehicles, and everything that we need on a day-to-day running of ensuring that we defend our national security, our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So petroleum, by its very nature, it's key in the National Defense Force. What do we get as an allocation in terms of our special reserves of fuel so that we don't have a situation that we had of July unrest where we were told that there was no diesel to cater for some of our armored vehicles to protect citizens. So it is of interest for us, the direction to petroleum, energy, and other resources takes, because the Defense Force is largely by and large dependent on some of the lubricants, petroleums, and other mineral resources which are key. And we can't talk national security without control or a hand in some of these particular resources. So it's very much important for us to be here to find the direction and get a win-win solution for both the government and the private sector, but in particular for us as the Defense Force to find predictability, precision, and certainty in terms of our work of ensuring that we defend the sovereignty and the territorial integrity. And key amongst the ingredient, it's petroleum.
Thank you very much. Petroleum, minerals and petroleum.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson Masina. Greetings to fellow chairpersons, Ministers Mandashe and Chrissy, honorable members, and the petroleum industry at large. I don't want to breach protocol when I greet the defense. In your ranks, I greet you all, and fellow South Africans. It would have been a good thing, Honorable Masina, for us to have participated as minerals and petroleum from the very beginning. Because if you look at this house, this is the sector of petroleum, and petroleum is us. But there's also a good thing about not being part of the discussion on its inception. The good thing is you get to ask difficult questions without referring back to answers that have been given before, because you don't know what the answers were. So we appreciate that we finally are part of this, and we look forward to engaging the stakeholders. I must commend you, it's not an easy thing to have 5 committees in one room to seek a solution. And I hope that through these difficult discussions we are going to have, uncomfortable as they may be, we will find a solution to this problem that we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to greet again, especially the ministers that are present. We really appreciate that you are here with us, understanding that today it's also a cabinet meeting. We don't take it light. We understand that you want to be with us and be able to assist us and advise us on some of the other things. I'm happy, Chairperson, to be in this unexpected rally in a way. This is an unexpected one. I was also asking myself, the NCOP Chamber, is it able to get us, all of us, 5 committees? It's really my first time. This is the second time that I'm here. By the way, I know that we are pressed with time. We understand that some people have to travel, so I'm not going to waste time. But Chair, you have read my mind, because I was asking myself, where is NERSA? Because we are here up as electricity and energy because of NERSA. We know that we are regulators. We are also the ones who issued licenses at times, and we need to get more about those things. So, Chairperson, if I know, as I'm saying, that we are pressed of time, but if you can just give a chance to say, those from NERSA must just wave or stand up, those from whatever, but my colleagues from electricity and energy are here. I'm certain about that. So they are present. They will be here for the rest of the meeting. My name is Nonkosi Mvana, and I'm not Nkosi Mvana, Nomvana. You know, in KZN they say Nomvana Nkosi, thinking that Nkosi is my surname. The surname is Mvana Nonkosi, Chairperson of Electricity and Energy for a moment, deployed by the ANC, the Titanus organization. Thank you very much.
Honorable Silamle.
Thank you, Co-Chair, Honorable Masina, the Honorable Minister Mantashe, Honorable Minister Creasy, our colleagues from Defense, my colleagues here, the fellow chairpersons, members of various committees, our guests from the industry, the petroleum industry, and the people of South Africa. We take this moment to salute and greet all of you and welcome you here. Members have already indicated that we're a full house. Indeed, we're a full house because we're seeking collectively from various political divides, from various industry competitions, to come and try to find a solution of a challenges that is before us. We then stand here in front of the people of South Africa, as you correctly articulated, Honorable Masina, that we are here as a sequel of various meetings that we have had from Transport, DTIC, the portfolio of engagements growing until we find ourselves meeting in a full NCOP chamber. But what has always underpinned and underlined our understanding from day one was that the challenges before us are not in such a way that we'll not be able to resolve them. We've always moved from the premise that we have a room to find each other and that it is possible to coexist for everyone. But equally that what also underpinned our understanding, as you correctly articulated on Pomasina, is the very understanding that transformation is a matter that is before us, and we have to do everything in our powers to ensure that such a critical imperative is achieved in the best interest of our people. And we strongly believe that we all have a role to play, Honorable Mantashe, Honorable Creasy, to ensure that we lend our hand together with the industry to ensure that we achieve the objects of transformation. So I have no doubt whatsoever that we will collectively, with our collective thoughts, have the capacity and the capability to resolve the challenges at hand and then we shall, when we leave here, be able to find a solution that will be a win-win for all. Thanks very much, Honorable Masin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons. In terms of the process, because we wanted to save time, when presentations are made, because they are delegations from almost all the 10 or so that are part of the directive, so we'll ask the presenter to introduce the team. But in most, we've got a list, I think it has been shared, of the chairpersons of boards, CEOs, and so on who are here. It will be read so that we know who's here, but we didn't want to start introducing one by one because we don't have much time. We apologize for that. I will now take this opportunity to request our ministers to share the 30 minutes they have. They know how important time is in Parliament between the two of them. At least they are not 5. So they will have their 30 minutes to introduce just introductory remarks and whatever they want to say, which is going to form the basis for what we're going to say. I will allow you respectively to take us through over the next 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the DTRC Committee, and allow me to acknowledge Minister Mantashe, the chairpersons of the other 3 portfolio committees that are with us this morning, all the honourable members, and of course representatives from the fuel industry that are here to present this morning. Chairperson, I think that as colleagues from other committees have said, it's a pity that in a sense they are joining us today, because one had wanted to take the discussion forward. But I think what is important to say to the members of the other portfolio committees is that when we appeared here before the DTRC and Transport Committees on the 14th of October, we had indicated the rationale behind the Section 79, Section 79 decision, and we had also begun a conversation on how we can ensure that our government objectives of empowerment of historically disadvantaged individuals and companies can be achieved through this Section 79 decision. Perhaps it's important to say at the outset that included in the decision that we made was an indication that there needed to be a number of forms of empowerment that would take place, and that this requirement would be built into the leases of those who had been allocated capacity. First of all, we had indicated that it will be necessary to proceed with ownership empowerment with regard to the oil majors. Most of these companies at the moment are at a level 4, and the intention is that during the period of the lease they would need to move to at least level 1 or level 2. Secondly, there is the question of empowerment at a management level. There is the question of ownership by women, youth, and persons with disability. There's the issue of skills transfer, supplier development, and other broader forms of social development. And all of this will be built into the leases and will be monitored on a regular basis by, we hope, both NERSA and TNPA. We had also indicated that part of this decision requires all parties who receive leases to ensure that uncommitted storage capacity is made transparent and available to third-party operators on a regular basis. At that time, we had suggested that the Central Energy Fund could be the aggregator for that third-party participation. Subsequent to that meeting, it has become clear that it would be appropriate for an independent third-party aggregator to exist. And in that sense, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an opportunity for all those who wish to access excess storage capacity to apply to a general call that will be made by Transnet Ports Authority. And we would then ask them to provide various means of registering and provision of certain documentation. So that would be a way of ensuring that we have a roster of all of those who would want to participate in the excess storage capacity that is available. The question then becomes, how do we deal with the supply side? So what we're saying is that in terms of the leases, all designated terminal operators must disclose and publish uncommitted capacity and provide access to third parties in compliance with the Petroleum Pipelines Act and reserve specific capacity for new market entrants. In terms of the capacity allocation mechanism, operators must submit allocation mechanisms to NERSA and publish them. And they must also now submit to TNPA. So the existing law requires that that operators must publish with NERSA, but we're now going to request that they also submit to TNPA as the overall third-party aggregator. And the mechanism includes criteria for allocating reserve uncommitted capacity, tariff schedule, technical requirements, priority rules, a use it or lose it policy, non-discrimination and transparency assurances. Now, what we would want to ensure, because we want to make sure that there is no hoarding of excess capacity, we would want to establish a use it or lose it rule, and TNPA can claim underutilized capacity from a particular third-party user or operator and then allocate it to others who have vessels ready to berth. To prevent discrimination, allocation decisions must be fair and transparent and reserve uncommitted capacity specifically for new market entrants. In terms of third-party access procedures, there needs to be publication of available capacity, and TNPA will maintain a terminal capacity registry and publish monthly bulletins on an online portal. There would need to be formal application by those who are interested, and this requires corporate details, licenses, financial capacity, obviously an evaluation, a queuing system, and we've said on a first-come, first-served transparent rotation if demand exceeds supply. Negotiation and approval, agreement to be reviewed by TNPA and NERSA before execution, and commercials to be agreed with the terminal operator. And then there would need to be ongoing monitoring and reporting. Because what we have found in our own view is while the existing regulatory environment does allow for third-party access, particularly by new market entrants, this has not been monitored effectively, and therefore it is not always implemented. There needs to be a dispute resolution and obviously an enforcement process. So at the moment, Chairperson, TNPA is developing a document that would allow for expressions of interest by new market entrants and would allow for this registration and queuing system, but would also make it mandatory on all leaseholders that they have to make excess capacity visible and transparent. So that document is in development, Chair, and this is a development that we have undertaken since the reservations that were raised in our previous meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Chrissy. Much appreciated. I think it really provides almost a direction in terms of the things that were raised in the meeting. I will now allow Honorable Mantashe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, 5 of them, and members of the meeting, all of them, major producers of petroleum invited to this meeting. The honesty is that we are made to discuss something that is in transport. That is what is happening. Transport has authority to manage Island View in terms of Subsection 9. We are a recipient. We are one of the recipients. SERV is an entity in our portfolio. It applied, it received access to Island View, 15% graduating to 20, graduating to 30. And that is our role, actually. We're a recipient. We don't regulate allocation in Island View. It's transport that does that. So I'm happy with the framework outlined by Minister Chrissy, because she is outlining her role as the Minister of Transport. That's why, for example, when the portfolio committees decided to invite various parties to discuss allocation in Island View, we had to come and comply as a recipient, not as a decision maker. And today, major oil suppliers have been invited. As the department, we thought it necessary to attend, despite the fact that we had to bank the cabinet, so that we can follow the discussion. That is what is in our interest. At the end of this discussion must be security of supply. That is what is at the heart of this discussion. It's not an ideological matter. is not a conceptual matter. It is security of supply for the country. And that's what we want to ensure. If anything that we discuss here tampers with security of supply, then there is a problem. This requires three components in the behavior of all of us. The first component is moral intelligence, appreciating our role to society. That is very important, not narrow interest, our role to society. Relational intelligence, how do we relate to each other? Do we relate with each other in identity that we determine? And self-discipline, which means that we'll have to control our being and do what we should do. This will ensure that we're not narrow in our approach. And my own view is that it's an issue that is expanded to 5 committees. But ideally, it's a transport committee issue. Transformation is the responsibility of every ministry. We're running the most transformed sector of the economy, Chairperson. Mining is the fastest transforming sector of the economy. We are running it. It's not because we're instructed by TTIC. We do it in our own right as a department that we must transform this sector because this sector was used as a bastion of apartheid. We have a responsibility to transform it, and that's it. We have access to Island View. We see that as transformation in the first place. Giving access to the state is in itself transformation. You can't limit transformation to one aspect. Giving aspect to the state is transformation. Then you can add other aspects of transformation to transformation as a theory. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, ministers. I think this really assists a great deal in providing an opportunity to start the debate. I think it's quite clear that we have really moved from our first meeting, second meeting to the meeting where we are. We'll discuss these modalities. I think it will assist honorable members to deal with the issues. Indeed, this is a transport matter which came to us as a result of the Section 10(1) of the BEE Act, as well as other relevant pieces of legislation, as correctly put by Minister Mantashe. But I think the notes from Minister Chris is very helpful in taking this matter forward. Without any further ado, we will now invite, I'm told we'll use this podium. We'll invite the Fuel Industry Association. It's allocated 15-20 minutes. The team will assist you. If you can just introduce just your delegation, each and every presenter here, they will introduce. You don't have to introduce the whole industry, so that we don't spend the whole 20 minutes and without presenting, introducing everyone. Thank you very much. The clock is now on. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable ministers Mantashe and Chrissy, honorable chairpersons of the 5 communities and other attendees. My name is Abafane Chifularo. I'm the Chief Executive of the Fuels Industry Association of South Africa. I'm accompanied today by my colleague, Sganeko Magafela, who's gonna able assist me when it comes to difficult questions. On behalf of the Fuels Industry Association of South Africa, formerly known as the South African Petroleum Industry Association, or SAPIA, and its members present here today. I would like to express our gratitude to the chairs of the 5 committees here to present at today's engagement. Sorry, I don't know how to drive the presentation from here.
Margot, are you helping? So someone is assisting, so you must just say move to the next slide, someone will assist you.
Okay. All right, can we move to the slide 2? The association acts as the voice of its members who make a large part of the South African fuels industry. The association plays a strategic role in addressing a range of common issues relating to the refining, manufacturing, transporting, storing, distributing, and marketing of energy products. The association fulfills this role by actively engaging with key stakeholders, providing research information, expert advice, and communicating industry views to government, members of the public, and the media. By virtue of this role, the association was mandated by certain of its members operating at the Durban Island View precinct to bring an application on their behalf to the Minister of Transport. The application was lodged in May 2024 and requested the Minister issue a direction under Section 79 of the National Ports Act, allowing for the long-term tenure of those members over facilities which they have operated at the IVP for some time. Following the issuing of Minister Section 79 direction in September 2025, which largely aligned with the request made by the association, the portfolio committees for transport, the trade, industry, and competition have invited various stakeholders to engage on Section 79 direction. A number of association members have been invited to present today as beneficiaries of Section 79 direction. The association was also asked to make representation. I'm not at that slide yet. I'm going to come to that. You can still stay on there. The association was also asked to make representations on behalf of 2 of its members, BP South Africa and Shell South Africa, who were not listed as a direct beneficiaries of Section 79 direction. BP and Shell are, however, indirect beneficiaries in their capacity as participants in the SAPREF joint venture, which was invited and will separately present at today's engagement. Given the different interests and stakeholders involved, we thought it would be helpful for the association to clarify at the outset of this engagement who its members are and the role played by the association in respect of the Section 79 direction. We can move to the next slide. Thank you very much. All the members of the associations are reflected on this slide. Got about 24 members. In addition, but not all of the beneficiaries of Section 79 direction are members of the association. The other beneficiaries who are not members of the association may have made requests of their own, but the association has no knowledge of that process. The association does not hold a mandate from its members to address the committees on issues facing individual entity, which was not a beneficiary. All of the members who were part of Section 79 application were ultimately beneficiaries of Section 79 direction. The association's role today is therefore to explain to the committees how its joint application for Section 79 direction came about and addresses issues of common interest to its members who are beneficiaries of Section 79 direction. The committees have asked the beneficiaries to address 6 specific points. Some of those can be supplemented by individual detail from each beneficiary with a general input from the association. But the association will specifically address the following 3 issues at an industry level. 1, the mechanisms in place to report available storage capacity to NESA, and the process to avail this capacity to black or smaller traders. 2, the reasons why ownership of storage capacity at the IVP has not been transferred to the state via TNPA since the 1960s. And thirdly, the impact of Section 79 directive as compared to the process under Section 56 of the Ports Act on business, particularly in light of the delays in renewing lease agreements. Can we move to the next slide, please? Before dealing with the specific aspects, I'll give some context to the IVP, how it functions, its importance to South Africa, the history which led to the association's members deciding that a Section 79 application was necessary to secure South Africa's fuel supply. The Island View Precinct is a hub for the movement, storage, manufacture and blending of fuels, lubricants, and other petrochemical products. Is by far the most important petrochemical hub in South Africa. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Many of the association members operate facilities at the IVP. These facilities comprise 1, refinery-linked and multi-product pipeline sites, 2, lubricants and specialized manufacturing plants. Thirdly, terminals integrated with critical rail infrastructure. The members are able to handle the discharge of products from vessels which call at berth at the IVP, move those molecules through pipelines interconnected to various facilities within the IVP, store them in the member storage tanks, and distribute products throughout South Africa via pipeline, rail, and road infrastructure.
Apologies, just 1 second. I'm told there's something smelling somewhere.
It's like gas.
Yeah, you see, it's good we have industry people that can smell it very fast. Let's just we'll have to stop your time. Just get the team to assist us. Colleagues, we apologize. If you can please try and take our seat. Yeah, we're safe. Can we please take our seats, please?
No,
Colleagues, can you please take our seat? Can we request the colleagues who are outside? It's very safe. I know they're still smelling gas, but it's very safe. You know, Parliament burned down, so they were dealing with other things. I'm sure they thought we were not here. Yep. Thank you very much. If we can take our seats, please. If we may take our seats, please, colleagues. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's apologize and thank you for your vigilant smells. As the team, we are told that there is a gas work that is happening. As you know, that Parliament, the National Assembly burned down. So normally Fridays, there are no sessions. I think they thought we were not here. And they ought to have asked the security team and maybe wait for us until we're done before they do what they are doing. So we apologize, but we've not in any way put your life under risk. We were just not aware ourselves, to be honest with you. So, but it has been dealt with by security. Thank you very much. You were left with 10 minutes, so we stopped. So you don't have to worry. You still can proceed from there. And we had done a mistake, but I will wait for you to finish, then we'll come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Can we move to the slide 5, the one infrastructure and functions at IVP? That's where I was. Yeah, that one. Thank you very much. Yeah, many of the facilities are also linked to South Africa refineries and facilitate local refining capacity. Members of the association are also able to blend fuels and importantly specialized lubricants which are critical to the functioning of South Africa heavy industries. All of this takes place within the IVP by using highly integrated, advanced, capital-intensive infrastructure operated by skilled personnel. To ensure the efficient functioning of such complex and critical infrastructure, the members maintain end-to-end control of operations from import to retail and plan required investment, maintenance, and upgrades decades in advance. It is essential, therefore, that operators of these facilities have certainty of tenure so that investment and supply chain management can be adequately planned and the security of supply to South Africa can be ensured over the long term. Can we please move to slide 6? Next slide. Okay. Without the efficient, stable operation of the IVP infrastructure, South Africa economy simply cannot function. The Island View precinct is a national key point and has been South Africa's primary gateway for petrochemical products since it was established over 60 years ago. South Africa now largely relies on imported product for its fuel needs. 72% of all South Africa's liquid fuels are imported through the IVP. Those fuels, which include jet fuel, as well as the lubricants produced in the IVP, are essential to every part of South African economy and particularly to Eskom, the airports, and the mining industry. Our members' operations are vital to ensure that this supply is not jeopardized. Even a minor delay or pause in throughput from the IVP has a major ramification for South Africa. It is therefore essential that those operations and facilities themselves are stable and well maintained. Next slide. The association has attempted for many years to ensure the long-term stability of the IVP. In 2018, TNPA initiated its Island View strategy aimed at developing and transforming the port operations and facilities. Underpinning the strategy was a proposed process in terms of Section 56 of the National Ports Act. Since then, various iterations of the IVS have been published, along with various port master plans, and none of which have been put into practice. The proposed Section 56 process was never implemented by TNPA. Many of the current operators have successfully run facilities in the IVP for decades. and have had to rely on leases which have been continuing on a month-to-month basis. Since 2018, the association has engaged purposefully with TNPA in order to try and resolve the position and secure proper operation of the IVP. By 2024, however, it was clear that there had to be certainty on the future operation of South Africa's most important fuel gateway. Many of the operators faced imminent potential expiry or termination of their leases. A resolution was necessary. The other potential future was one where there was no clarity on the operation of IVP facilities as well at all. Only TNPA could have initiated a Section 56 process. The association had been engaging with TNPA for 6 years without that process occurring, and it was therefore resolved that for the specific sites operated by members who were part of the association Section 79 application, the correct avenue to pursue was to apply to the Minister of Transport, requesting an appropriate direction to TNPA under Section 79 of the National Ports Act. The members believe that Section 79 application should be made on a joint basis by the association, as the issues were industry-wide, and the association was therefore mandated to do so. Next slide. Apart from the immediate need for certainty and the inability of the association to initiate Section 56 process, the post-Section 56 process was itself impractical, given that no plan was implemented to tailor the process to the specific needs of each facility. Especially those facilities were often connected to other crucial infrastructure within and outside the IVP. For this reason, the association did not and does not support a general Section 56 process for the IVP. Terminal operators often hold several lease plots across separate disjointed Fs. These are connected by piping and pump stations that allow for the movement from a common berth area to various tankage locations that can be utilized to cater for a single ship discharge. This requires integration and coordination across sites and infrastructure. Operating refineries require the same IVP infrastructure for the evacuation of the product produced at those refineries. The freedom to move product, as dictated by refinery planning, is critical to their operations. The IVP sites are therefore inseparable from the refineries that remain of crucial national interest and security of supply and need to be coordinated as an interconnected network. The leases of those sites could not go through a Section 56 process that did not carefully consider the interconnection of different sites and infrastructure, such as which sites required common operators or further interconnection. Given that no plan for this emerged, a Section 79 direction was, in the association's view, the appropriate avenue. Next slide. As the committees are no doubt aware, Section 79 allows the Minister of Transport to direct TNPA to take or not to take certain actions. It can be utilized where a direction is necessary for any one more of the following reasons, as already been outlined in other meetings. 1, to safeguard the national security of South Africa. 2, to promote national strategic and economic interest of South Africa. And thirdly, to discharge an international obligation of South Africa. Section 79 caters for situations where larger national interests require the national government to intervene in what will otherwise be a port function. The Minister of Transport is therefore empowered to protect those national interests by requiring TNPA to take or refrain from taking certain actions. The association believed that these requirements were met and set out its reasoning in its application. The Minister consulted with TNPA in compliance with the requirements of Section 79, and TNPA agreed that the direction should be issued. The Department of Transport therefore granted the Section 79 direction accordingly. Next slide. In summary, the direction was necessary for the following reasons. The IVP is crucial for larger national interest, particularly the uninterrupted supply of petroleum products into South Africa. Operators, however, faced with uncertain future and a potential Section 56 process that had not been implemented for 6 years, which will not bring clarity on 1, timelines, 2, which facilities will go to tender, 3, the operations to be carried out under the tender, and fourthly, the conditions to be imposed on Section 56 RFP and new agreements. This situation posed a severe risk to capital investment, continued operations, and fuel supply continuity. The effect of the uncertainty is evident from the immediate and continuous further investment in the IVP. In the year that the Island View strategy was announced, that is 2018, industry investment in the IVP came to a capex spend of for about 2.4 billion rands. In 2019, following the publication of the Island View strategy, capex spent more than halved to 1.1 billion. In 2021 and 2022, only $500 million was spent. Next slide. Despite the drop in investment, the industry still invested 3 times as much as TNPA in the years 2019 to 2022. Industry investment is what keeps the IVP operational. Without sufficient investment, however, the facilities at IVP cannot be sufficiently maintained and run efficiently. This causes productivity losses and jeopardizes security of supply. The delay in implementing the proposed impractical Section 56 process materially hampered operators' business, harmed investment in the IVP, and jeopardized security of supply. This goes to the question posed by the committees on the impact of Section 79 direction on beneficiaries' business in opposition to the delayed Section 56 process. The point is that not only did delayed Section 56 process impede the beneficiaries' businesses and prevent them from long-term investment and planning, but that in turn put 72% of South Africa liquid fuel supply at risk. This is why the Section 79 application had to be brought. Next slide.
Last 2 minutes.
I will now deal with the other questions referred at the start of this presentation. In respect of mechanisms to report available storage capacity, our members make use and are committed to NESA allocation guidelines for uncommitted capacity. These guidelines ensure fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory access to storage and pipeline facilities for third parties. Operators provide details of uncommitted capacity, which details NESA then publishes those details. Third parties submit a formal request for access to the operator and copy NESA, detailing the product type, required volume, and required duration. Operators must not unfairly discriminate against any applicant regarding access, tariffs, conditions, and service. Our members remain committed to exploring further opportunities to work with NESA regarding available storage capacity and to make it available to third parties. Next slide, I'm almost wrapping, Chair. As regards to the ownership of terminal infrastructure, while TNPA may be able to add more to this point, from the associations and its members' perspectives, we are aware of the following. The leases concluded with TNPA provide for the immovable assets at the IVP to be handed back to TNPA at the expiry of the leases. Many of the operators' leases and the related terminal infrastructure are largely inseparable from their other operating activities, which remain of national interest and were accordingly extended. Because of the previous operator leases with TNPA have all been extended historically, this handback has never been invoked. The Section 79 direction issued by the Minister of Transport explicitly provides for terminal infrastructure and tanks to vest in TNPA on the expiry of the concessions to be agreed with TNPA. Finally, I'll give next slide. I'll give a brief overview of the members' commitments and contribution to South Africa's economic upliftment and transformation. While I've now addressed those issues which I referred to at the start of this presentation, this section deals with the remaining questions from the committees at an industry level and may be supplemented by members as part of their individual presentation to the committees. The members who are beneficiaries have 60 billion rands in planned investment linked to IVP operations, which will enhance operations and improve security of supply of products. All the members who are beneficiaries are level 1B contributors. They have various transformation initiatives in place to address the different elements of BBB scorecard across the value chains of their businesses, to support local businesses, black-owned SMEs, particularly in the port operation space, and committed to addressing employment equity. The members who are beneficiaries have contributed roughly 700 million in SMME and supply development funding. In conclusion, I trust this presentation has therefore given some context to the Association Section 79 application and why it was made, while also responding to the queries posed by the committees from an industry perspective. I thank you again for the opportunity to deliver this presentation and welcome further questions the committees might have for the association.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, we'll now invite the colleagues from Sasol. Just before I was made aware that we needed to actually allow just for a few minutes both NERSA and Defense just to say a word. We know that their ministers are not here as a stakeholder, so that we don't miss the important message they might have received. I will start with Defense and then follow with NERSA, just 3 minutes each before we call Sasol. You can just get ready with the presentation because they probably don't have presentation. Margo, if you can load the Sasol presentation and then allow our colleagues from Defense to speak to us for 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I am Vice Admiral Dim Konto, Chief of Logistics from the Department of Defense. Just to like to take the step from my chairperson, Chairperson Dakota, for allowing me to present the department. Just
no
like
problem, Vice Admiral. Permission is granted.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, we are a different department. That's how we run.
Yeah.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, sir. Sir, just like you members, Chair, just like to thank and appreciate the presentation from both Minister Baba Chrissy and Minister Mantashe on their opening presentation on the fuel. My focus will only be on strategic fuel reserve, emergency strategic fuel reserve. I'll be removing other issues that might confuse the mandate of the Defence Force. I get more concern when we speak about the security of supply and put so much emphasis as if other elements that are supposed to benefit from the security of supply, as if they are impeding into that mandate. Just like to put that clear that the emergency strategic fuel reserve is part of that security of supply, the requirement from the Department of Defense. Members, if I may just state that the Republic currently faces a systematic risk to national security, energy resilient, sovereign defense capability due to defense inability to access its legislated fuel allocation and operational infrastructure at the Island View Terminal in Durban, Port of Durban, which imports about 70% or 80% of the fuel. Despite a clear legislated authority, the Defence Force has no guaranteed berth slots, tankage pipelines, and scheduling priorities, making the military operation, disaster deployment, and energy contingency hostage to private companies. If I may be allowed to state it further, that SANDF cannot guarantee fuel supply for mission, air capability, border protection, and maritime patrols. The same maritime patrols supposed to be securing
the communication lines where the source of the fuel is coming from. This is what we need to protect that fuel line that we saying that is guaranteeing the security of supply. That is us, the South African National Defence Force, that is guaranteeing that security. Therefore, we need to have a look at it, not look at it in isolation. The National Disaster Reserve is compromised. The Defence Force is now lead responder under the legislated transfer from the corporate governance and traditional affairs in terms of disaster management. We've been given the instruction or a mandate to establish an emergency strategic fuel reserve that will actually cushion the state from the crisis. That is the mandate that has been given to the Defence Force. So therefore, we need now to be supported in these efforts. As you conclude, should I conclude, sir?
Yeah.
I'm not used to. So apologies. Okay, my apologies, sir. It dislocated me. I must get used to the parliament sessions and. If I may conclude, basically what the Defence Force will require is full access to Port of Durban, especially the Salisbury Island, and actually I would have used the word demand. I won't use the demand that the 15% that has been given to the Central Energy Fund is not enough. And we demand that our 25% allocation as mandated in terms of the Chapter 15 of the Defence Act is allocated to Department of Defence. That's what I need to communicate to the members of Parliament and members of the fuel industry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Admiral. We really appreciate that. Nersa, if you can just address us, including the issue that is being raised about the in the FIESA presentation, which is I think is a main issue here, on the guidelines for allocation guidelines for uncommitted capacity, because this has been going on since 2003 and it has not been, they have not been complying. If you can just address us in terms of that for 3 minutes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Muzi Mkhize. I'm from NERSA as the full-time regulator member, primarily responsible for pipelines regulation. Greetings to the chairs, the ministers, members, colleagues here. Just like to state that when we're looking at the capacity there at Island View, we're actually looking at a capacity of about 1.287 billion liters, which is roughly 1,287, 511 cubic meters. And then the 30% of that will then, the 15% sorry, will then equate to about 1.428 in terms of the billion liters of storage. That is when one is actually, sorry, I'm saying the total, if you include other petroleum products like the oil, lube oils, etc. But the 15% will account to the 15% to 193,000 cubic meters. With that said, I think here I would appreciate if down the line the industry can sort out the debate around the top structure as to the ownership thereof, because it is very important in this debate. We could just be postponing a problem, but that is a discussion for another day. The issue of the dispensation that we have is a dispensation of uncommitted capacity, which dispensation makes it difficult because there are no quotas like I mentioned last time. So it's not a matter of saying that 15% is reserved for or whatever percentage for PEs. You have to rely on uncommitted capacity being there. And the challenge is that the new entrants will come bringing in small parcels, which then also become a challenge in the sense that you need to have, that is why you need to have an aggregator who then be able to assist with that, which is the role that SEF is looking at playing. The other thing is that that very agreement, it poses, that very arrangement, it poses a challenge in the sense that you also have take-or-pay agreements in the industry, which then also limit the issue of third-party access by other entities, especially the small ones. So the other issue that I would like to mention is that you've got constrained capacity. Let's not shy away from that there's the need for additional capacity. And it's disappointing that for players like Lanele, Naport, that we're looking at getting access, creating more access at Ambrose Park in Durban. There's been a problem there with Transnet, them not being able to progress and with their projects, which projects have been licensed by NERSA. There is also the issue of just the ownership, because I think that we need to have meaningful transformation when it comes to the ownership of infrastructure by the triple PEs. And then I would also like to mention that there are also operational requirements. They tell us that they tell us that capacity is available, but only to find that while the ship is coming all the way this side, then there is capacity is taken up. And so there are these problems that needs more delicate planning, working together to make sure that we can then empower the new entrants and triple PEs. I'll stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least it assists. We'll then be able to pick up those issues that have been raised. Thank you very much. I'll now invite the colleagues from Sasol to take the podium and introduce the colleagues. You have exactly 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable chairpersons of the portfolio committees, honorable ministers, honorable members, good morning. It's an honor and a privilege for me, to be presenting on behalf of Sasol Oil, today. I don't see the presentation, so can we please load it? Yes, so if we move to the slide that says Sasol Oil Corporate Overview, I thought it important, that I can provide this context, so that we can understand what is the context of Sasol Oil within the broader Sasol Limited space. So Sasol Oil is a major subsidiary of Sasol Limited. It's an entity that is charged with the responsibility of producing, sourcing, and distribution of liquid fuels, to the customers. We are responsible for about 25 to 35% of South Africa's fuel demand. We also have over 400 service stations, and also, supply chain points, such as depots, that are over the country. We've got just in excess of 1,000 skilled professionals, employees, that do the work for us. We also are co-owners of the SBM, single buoy warrant, where we receive crude, for processing in our inland refinery. As it relates to today's conversation, so we also have access to Berth 9, where we receive refined products, and throughput facilities, throughput tanks, at Island View, that then helps us to connect to the NMPP, to transmit all of those products to the inland market. We see ourselves as a proudly South African and customer-centric brand, that provide all of those sustainable liquid fuels to the country. We are committed to sustainability, and are in the process of producing biogenic, and low carbon intensity products, through our Natref refinery. Some of you would know, that by June 2027, we have to be compliant with the Clean Fuels 2 specs, we're already doing, major upgrades to our Natref refinery to be able to meet that deadline. Next slide, please. So the second slide just shows, a picture, of, the makeup I've just referred to. On top there, where it says coal and natural gas, these are the feedstocks, that Synfuels, that is our Secunda refinery, process into components, into liquid fuels and chemicals components, where we, as Sasol Oil, we then buy those components, and through our blending facility, that is called Secunda Tank Farm, we then blend them into finished products, and you can see the list of products that we make there, under production and imports. We are also involved in the crude oil value chain, where we procure crude, from international markets, and through the single buoy mooring, receive them, at the port, and through our NATCOS joint venture with Prex, at the moment, push them through, those tanks, as throughputs, connect to the multi-product pipeline, and push them, to our refinery. But so is imports for refined products, and base oils. All of those, give us the product slate that is reflected there through our JVs with BP, in the Waldkloof and Alroad depots, and also hosted by the likes of Total in other depots we distribute to all of those marketing channels, in the country. So that, provides really the overview of who Sasol Oil is. And we can go to the next slide. So this slide, just talk about our investment, especially in the Island View precinct as it relates to SME development program. We put this, because we realize out of the questions that were raised, that, there is a big ask, in terms of what are you doing, to support SMEs. And we refer to the Alroad Fence Line Community Development Project there, where we've got 6 small businesses that are undergoing development. We talk about the Transporters Program, also, where, we've got various small businesses, about 9 of them, that have been developed, and 5 of them are already receiving, already received funding to acquire trucks, and tankers, that then participate, in the value chain, right? On the right-hand side, you see the Sasol service stations, that we have, where we also have various programs, that support people, to access these facilities, and we're providing funding opportunities, to the tune of about 200 million. That has been used, to finance, these black operators, to access the service stations. We also train them through the franchise readiness programs and the franchise development programs to make sure we don't only bring them in there, but we keep them in there, and run sustainable businesses. The bottom part I'm not going to refer to a lot, where it says value chain and franchise awareness, just some of the awareness initiatives, that we do. With that one, last year, we had more than 80 women and youth potential franchisees, just teaching them, about how to access. And we partnered with the DMPR and the NEF in that program. And for reference, I can refer to the FY25, that is the year that ended in June last year, spend in terms of preferential procurement spend. To more than 51% black-owned businesses, it was in excess of 2.5 billion rand, and that excludes crude spend. To black women-owned enterprises, almost 2 billion rands. So that then tells you about the support we give to SMEs. I then proceed, Chair, to refer to the specific questions that have been asked, as per the invite, that we received for today, which is this slide, and we grouped question 1 and 3, because we thought they are related, in terms of what we do. And the one is what commitments the lease beneficiaries have made in fostering economic transformation and inclusion, particularly in relation to providing access to berth storage pipeline capacity in the Island View. And the third one, so we're going to come to the second one, The third one, the domestic investment commitments the company is making as part of the lease agreement, all right? So in the Island View precinct, we've got those development programs, some of which, I've already referred to, but I can talk about the fence line community projects, where we aim to affirm Sasol's dedication to nurturing local suppliers through capacity building initiatives. It also entails providing training and resources to improve local supplier competitiveness and collaborating, with stakeholders to foster local supply base. In that group, we've got 33%, being youth-owned entities, and 15 SMEs, who are 100% black-owned, and another 5 that are women, black women-owned, and then if we go to the solar projects, that we speak to, in the Durban area as well, where we spent 2.4 million. The top one, we spent 4.7 million, and that is the period 2023 to 2026. We've also invested approximately 450 million in the Island View and prospecting over the last 5 years, which capital expenditure is expected over the next 10 years, to be in the tune of 980 million for both the sites, that, we have, in the area. Overall, Sasol together with Sasol Limited, Sasol Oil together with Sasol Limited, have invested 4.4 billion and 60 billion rands, respectively, to support all of these empowerment projects, and we dare say that we are committed to long-term development and sustainability of the facilities, in the area. The question that was raised, about the governance, through the NERSA process, we remain committed to it, and we provide, all the data that is required, in terms of access, to the throughput facility that we have there. I mentioned throughput facility because I hear, a lot being said about storage. We don't have storage facilities as Sasol Oil in the Island View precinct. The tanks that we have, are throughput tanks, that then help us to not suffer demurrage, when we get vessels offloading products. So products we don't store there, they just throughput facilities. Next slide, please. We talk about the economic transformation initiatives, where we've supported over 500 SMEs with over 500 million rands in development and funding investments. Those span on economic inclusion, financial inclusion, and gender-based, programs, supporting women in mining, women in engineering, and the Khulisa Accelerator Fund. So is a project in sustainability, so where we foster, energy security support, through waste management projects, right? The impact of all of these, is to the tune of 42.6 billion blend with black-owned suppliers, 26.9 billion with women-owned suppliers, 50.7 million in SMEs, and over 500 entrepreneurs trained, 146 of which have been onboarded as active suppliers to Sasol, right? And in unlocking growth for the SME funding, 103 million rands, through the Siaka Fund trust, funding, we dispersed to 37 suppliers, and the fund closed the year with 62 loan beneficiaries, and a 637 million rands loan book, that we've advanced. The impact of that investment is about 212 new jobs created, over 3,000 jobs sustained, and, we've seen strong performance of the SMEs that we supported, with more than 70% average revenue growth, 70% average profit increase, and 20 million in interest savings. Next slide, please. The question number 2, so I've dealt with 1 and 3. Question number 2, related to mechanisms in place to report available storage capacity to NERSA and the process to avail such, right? So NERSA licenses NATCOS, which is a JV between us and Total, as part of the NATREF, arrangement, and they license the Berth 9 facility that we have at the Island View, and we provide reports, that relate to that. So third-party access requests, and process documentation is published on the Sasol website as per license conditions. License conditions requires that we publish this. Monthly utilization, of the facilities gets reported to NERSA to enable energy regulator to determine spare capacity of the berth, as well as the throughput tanks, that I referred to earlier on. The current status as we speak, is that, the facilities are fully utilized, and no spare capacity. But to date, we have had no requests, made via third-party access procedure, on the Sasol website, as I've indicated. Next slide, please. Question number 5, related to the impact of Section 79 directive as compared to an open tender process under Section 56 over the last 11 years, right? We feel as Sasol Oil that the Section 56 process, provides uncertainty, which then limits the commitment in terms of the investments, that needs to be made, to ensure energy security, but also, support, the development of the facilities there. Section 79, provides the certainty that is required, and on the basis of that, we think, we are now going to be able, to outlay the capex that is required to improve the facilities, invest further, to even increase capacity in the area. If we look at the TNPA process, that has been outlined through their strategies, and it's got various requirements, such as level 4, triple BEE, 51% black-owned entities, and if you just look at that, some of the current lessees will not have access, because it would then mean, they would have to be minority shareholders, in the arrangement that is there, up to 41, if 51% black-owned entrants are required. And based on this, we feel Sasol Oil, would not be able to qualify on those bases, So I may just as well say that Sasol Oil, has got Twarisana, which is our BEE partner who holds 25%, and through the flow-through principle, of Sasol Limited, a black equity stake, so Sasol Oil really, through that flow-through principle has got in excess of 43%, BEE status, and even at that level, based on the requirements in terms of the Section 56 process, we would not have been able to, to comply. And also, there's lack of a formal management of change process, that has been advised as part of that Section 56 process, and also we feel the separation of the berth, and the terminal operations to the rest of the value chain that supply and guarantees energy security will then be very, very complex, if these, were to be decoupled. I don't want to say lack of technical experience and knowledge, because these can always be acquired, but the truth of the matter is that as it is now, such technical knowledge, expertise, and experience lies, within the incumbents in the space. If we go to next slide, and that would be the 5th question. That speaks to the impact of Section 79 directive as compared to an open tender process. So it's the same question. I have listed here a few provisions that came from the TNPA strategy, and provide Sasol view, in terms of how else can those be achieved or are being achieved, as we speak today. So the transformation of port operations aligned with government transformation objectives. You would know that we've got Sasol Khanyisa initiative, which aims to provide Black South Africans with long-term ownership of Sasol South Africa, through share schemes and employee ownership schemes. Sasol Oil's 25% BEE shareholder, through Twarisana, holds interest, in the port facilities, and their operation. About job creation, through Sasol Enterprise Supply Development Programs, 212 new jobs created and over 3,000, as I've indicated earlier on. Investment in aging infrastructure and also capacity allocation to new entrants in the liquid bulk industry. We're investing another 980 million, over the next 10 years, as I've indicated. Access, available via third-party process, which clearly states preference will be given to historically disadvantaged South Africans who meet the criteria. An operating model that ensures equal access, next one, enhanced security of supply. The Secunda and Natref refineries combined, supply, give or take 30%, of the liquid fuels. The Beth9 infrastructure, and the throughput tanks that we have enables that to happen, because those refineries combined do not supply enough, for the demand that we have. We still have to supplement, the production that we do in the inland refineries, with imports. And therefore, it's key that we've got access to these facilities to do that. The final question, which is question number 6, elements contributing to the company's current BEE levels, particularly its ownership and management structure. We've presented that, safe to say that we're a level 1 contributor in this regard. I've referred to Twarisano, who was a 25% BE partner, and the flow-through scheme. By the way, that 25% BE partnership was acquired in 2006, and the transaction value at the time, which was the biggest at the time, was to the tune of 1.5 billion. It is multiples more, worth as we speak today. So we do honor, the transformation and the compliance to the Liquid Fuels Charter. In conclusion, Chair, I want to state that Sasol is invested in the long-term development and sustainability of its facilities to support ongoing operations and continued investment in the local economy. We are committed to the industrial future, and continued sustainable operation of the refineries we have. We are investing over 2 billion rands in our Natref facility, to make sure that it complies to Clean Fuels 2 specs, by June of 2027. Some of you would know how key that facility is, to providing even aviation fuel, to the likes of OR Tambo, as was witnessed recently where there was fire at that refinery and the impact and the risk, that it posed, to the country. The security of tenure, at the Beth9 will ensure national security of liquid fuel supply is met. As I've indicated, that local production is not sufficient to do that, and therefore, would be able to positively contribute to the local economy, through sustained capital investment that I referred to, right? And finally, we are committed to transformation within the fuels industry as per NERSA regulated third-party access policy. Preference will always be given to historically disadvantaged South Africans who meet the criteria. With that said, thank you, Chair. I'll yield.
Thank you very much. Just on time. We're trying to recover the 10 minutes that we had to take a bit of a break. And then SAPREF. Please don't forget to introduce your delegation. I realize that Sasol, you are alone, so you had no one to introduce. Over to you.
Chair. Honorable Chairpersons, Ministers Mantashe and Chrissy, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Taelo Mojapelo, and I'm here in my capacity as chairperson of the SAPREF joint venture. We have a unique situation, or we have unique circumstances in the fact that SAPREF, the joint venture, is a 100% black managed entity that is owned by Shell and BP. And over the years, we've developed capability within that entity. I'm joined here by Dr. Bongani Mvelase, who will present on SAPREF's behalf as management of SAPREF, and Mr. Aluwani Museisi, who's the country chair of Shell Downstream South Africa. I'm not going to repeat what has been shared by FIASA. What we'll seek to do is to provide more detail on our domestic commitments to the Section 79 directive, as well as our transformation credentials on both the operating company as well as our status as individual shareholders. We recognize that the application, Section 79 application was done by SAPREF, as SAPREF is the leaseholder. We understand our obligations to respond not just to the letter of the directive, but the spirit. And we understand the spirit is one where we seek to promote and advance the strategic interests of the Republic, which include security of supply and transformation of the industry. But as we do this, members and guests, there are a couple of issues that need to guide us. Transformation is important to us all, and our collective track record demonstrates this. Prior to the Section 79 directive, we, as the SAPREF entity, had already committed 17% of land, of which some of it was already regret spent, as we halted some of our expansion plans, recognizing the need to participate in further transformation initiatives because we had already been engaging in some transformation initiatives. So we gave up 17% of the land to TNPA. We trust that this 17% will certainly be used for further transformation initiatives. In addition, we've also supported the granting of 15 to 30% of industry capacity to the state, which will in essence make the state a dominant player in the industry, if not the majority player in the industry as we sit today. We also should take note of the fact that we operate in a regulated market, and in the event that costs are added to the value chain, particularly at Island View, it will certainly impact what we call the basic fuel price. And this has a predetermined formula. And this formula will impact the consumer ultimately. So it's important to ensure that in whatever decisions we take, Island View operates as efficiently as possible, and we leverage the scale opportunities in order to reduce the burden to the consumer. We also need to pay attention to the fact that as leaseholders, the land belongs to Transnet. However, the assets that have been developed on Transnet's land belong to the leaseholders. And in recognizing that, we need to make sure that we participate in a responsible manner to ensure that we maintain security of supply, but also, as we embark on transformation activities, ensure that we do it in a fair and equitable manner. The shareholders of SAPREF, being BP and Shell, collectively operate over 1,000 retail sites, and these are dependent on the IVT supply. In the absence of the sector codes, we've always said we participate in the spirit of transformation. We've participated and supported the DMPR in its transformation initiatives, as Minister Mantashe indicated earlier on, that it's all our responsibility. And over the last 6 to 7 years, we've transformed the retail sector from just about 25% Black-owned. Today, collectively, we sit at just over 68% Black-owned. And many of these are Black family-owned businesses. So the decisions we take, we need to ensure that we take these into account, because many of these have taken out loans in order to make their businesses sustainable. But lastly, before I call up Dr. Mvelase, I implore this House to appreciate some of the limitations that we may face with third-party access, particularly as it relates to the current SARS licensing regime on jet and kerosene. We often speak about some of the constraints, but when we get to operationalizing it, we've got to ensure that we take this into account. In addition to the fact that capacity is largely constrained, and today, SAPREF is operated as a throughput facility. The storage tanks have been divested and now are in the hands of the Central Energy Fund. Our own storage tanks now all sit inland as a result of all the capacity constraints. So I think this House needs to also pay attention to the fact that the industry is in dire need of additional capacity, and call on all of us to work together to expand capacity of this industry. Thank you, Dr. Mvelase. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable chairpersons, honorable ministers, honorable members, and colleagues from industry. I am representing SAPREF as a general manager of our operation at the Island View Precinct. We've been operating this facility since 1960, connected into the refinery that shut down in 2022. And then we are now running the facility as a full throughput model where we are on full import model. We are currently bringing in about 6 to 7 billion liters of fuel every year. And in that 6 to 7 billion liters of fuel, we are supporting the air, the marine, the ground, and the road. We've got a number of tanks that are also operating in a throughput model. And I think it's important that we emphasize the throughput model, as my colleague from Sasol alluded to this, that we are bringing in product and we are evacuating product, and it's not a storage capacity per se. So in this, as SAPREF Island View Terminal, we are currently employing over 200 employees, which are full-time employees for SAPREF, and we are also supporting over 500 service providers that are helping us in the field of maintenance as well as scaffolding. So as my chair has indicated, all the infrastructure that was built in 1960 was funded for by both shareholders, Shell and BP, and it's currently being maintained and operated by SAPREF from the beds pipeline up until the evacuation points, which are rail by sea back into the sea, and we are also evacuating by road. So at this stage, SAPREF is spending close to R1 billion every year. About 70% of that is OPEX and about 245 million on CAPEX. While we recognize that during the tenure where we were operating on a month-to-month lease basis, SAPREF never stopped investing in its asset. So we can safely say that our assets at this stage are world-class. So in terms of our transformation agenda, I must say that we've been very aggressive in transformation. As it stands now, from 2001 to 2025, we've moved from level 4 BEE, triple BEE, to a level 1 triple BEE. Our leadership is 100% black, and 57% of those in SAPREF leadership is women, 57%. And my board composition is 70% black and 40% are women. And I think this is a clear demonstration of how aggressive we are and how are we moving with times in getting into transformation. We are also spending quite a bit in our triple BEE compliant companies. And I can say that in the last, say, 5 years, we have spent over 14 billion in triple BEE level 1 compliant. And it's a demonstration in our commitment that we are continue to empower all those that are around us, and also while ensuring the security of supply. Colleagues, I think also important to our existence as an organization is through the education, skills, and development. I must say that in 2001, I joined SAPREF as a bursary holder. I studied chemical engineering. In 2025, I'm appointed as a general manager of SAPREF. That is a commitment for me that says SAPREF is very much into developing our own talent and promoting our own talent. And I can say that my operations staff as we stand now, all my capability is supplied internally. So I'm very aggressive in developing artisans. I'm very aggressive in developing operators that ensure that my operation is 100% sustained within the local market. I think to the minister's point around our commitment to Section 79 directive, I must say that as Team SAPREF, we've already started engagement to conclude various agreements. One is the interim agreement that should kick off as early as we find ourselves with TNPA and CEF, and from there we start moving into the terminal operator agreement, which again, as per the minister's directive, that it must be concluded before end of March 2026. My chairperson did mention this, that we as SAPREF, we are not all about just hogging space. We want to invite new players to come through and use the port. So we've handed over 50,000 square meters of land, and in those pieces of land, people can erect storage tanks, they can put in terminals that will enable the new entrants to come through. But also, we are giving this, we are also committed to the minister's directive in giving the 15 to 30% storage capacity to serve over our tenure of 25 years. And with that, we're not going to stop developing and also playing our role in the security of supply, but also in our in the overall country's development. So we are estimating that we will be spending over 28 billion in the next 25 years of our lease. Our operation, honorable members, is about ensuring safe and reliable operation. And in that, it means our infrastructure must be up to date and it must be maintained in line with the industry standards and best practices. So in that, we are focusing that in the next 25 years, we'll also be putting in capital investment over 13 billion, just to ensure that our asset integrity is that of a world class. Transformation, as I've indicated, that we are currently a level 1 triple BEE. We have committed that we will maintain this level 1 triple BEE for the tenure of our lease. But over and above that, we will continue with our incubation programs. We will also continue with the supply development, and we will continue spending money in bursaries, in training centers that are around our fence line, so that we ensure that there is a continued skills development in the country. And lastly, around the contribution in terms of the products that we are bringing, I must say that on an annual basis, we are spending over 36 billion in taxes or import duties to the regulator. So that is also important to mention as part of the just over and above the operation contribution. My country chair did mention that we are a joint venture of Shell and BP. So they have over 1,000 service stations that are supplied via SAPREF. And that is creating in excess over 80,000 jobs. I mean, if you're looking into the retail and looking at the entire value chain. But we've also been very pivotal in keeping Transnet, right on the balance sheet by contributing into actually four various organs of Transnet, from pipeline to rail to leases. As it stands now, we are paying over 200 million in leases at Transnet per year. For the port, we are paying 120 million, rail 130, and 2 billion goes into the pipeline. So, honorable members, I think the picture that we are painting is that SAPREF is very central in this very complex value chain. As I've indicated, that almost 70% of the South African fuel that comes via Island View is handled by us via the 4 beds that we are currently operating. So as my chair of the board indicated, that at the end we are all about protecting the end user and supporting the economy. So we need to make sure that we operate this plant efficiently and safely, so that we do not put the burden to the consumers. So thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to call upon Aluwan.
Yeah, you are left with like 5 minutes or so from your allocated time. We didn't know there were 3 presenters.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and I'll do justice to the 5 minutes. I'll try and do what I need to do in 2.5. Honorable Chair and Honorable Chairpersons, Minister Mantashe, Minister Chrissy, thank you for the opportunity. I'm just going to cover quickly the Shell Downstream South Africa transformation journey. Thank you very much. So maybe just to cover our journey in terms of transformation, because it's something that we see as important and fundamental to the business that we do. Our ownership journey started in 1998, when we first had, a cooperation with TAPCO in refining, which is a shared Tebe investment company. And around about 2001, then we had a JV with Tebe around commercial fuels and aviation fuels. Fast forward to 2002, Tebe acquired around about 25% of Shell Marketing at that time. And then we moved on into 2008, where then they also then acquired an additional 25% in Shell Refining this time around. And this then later also then increased in Shell Marketing to 28%, and later in 2015, the ownership then moved to 28% on the ownership element. In terms of management control, and most of the numbers I'll share, just shows you the journey that we have had in the past 10 years. On management control, in terms of our women staff, in 2014, 44% were actually women, but today we see that 51% of our staff being women. And in terms of women in senior leadership, I'm glad to say that this year I celebrated, having 50% of the women in leadership. And in terms of our full complement of staff, we now see that 88% of our staff being Black. Again, shows commitment to transformation. On skills development, we have spent over 250 million in the past 10 years on various programs, which include internships, bursaries, and other things. And as you will also see in these numbers, we then also tend to develop talent from interns to people ending up in management in our business. And then preferential procurement, like I said, I only have got just a few minutes. In the past 10 years, we've spent over 250 billion on those suppliers that are 51% Black owned. And on the suppliers that are 30% Black women owned, around about 150 billion. And then on skills development and enterprise development, around about 400 million in the past 10 years. Then socioeconomic development, another 150 there. But last that I want to touch on, we have around about 571 operating fuel stations, because from time to time, some stations are not operational. You have to repair and do other work. And of the network, we now sit at 61% of our sites being operated by Black operators. Thank you. And I'll call back the chair to finalize in the last 2 minutes.
Chair, apologies. This is what inclusion does. We are very inclusive. So as I just quickly wrap up, I also have the role of being the CEO of BPSA. So being the other shareholder of SAPREF, just to probably put a few statistics up. When we started this organization, we had 25%, we started off with 25% Black owned as an ownership, in terms of our ownership patterns. Most of our assets were in our hands, but over the years, we've made some notable transactions, and just maybe 2 or 3 transactions I want to share with you as we wrap up. In 2022, we concluded a transaction with the Strategic Fuel Fund, who now co-owns 50% of our Cape Town terminal with us, and a demonstration of a strategic public-private partnership. And these are some of the initiatives that I'm hoping we can expand on as industry and a business, because we do know this works. In addition, we also recognized that we needed to broaden participation. We then concluded a transaction on East London with the first Black woman-owned company called WASA, and she now owns WASA Terminals 100%. And we have a throughput agreement for the next, for 10 years from the time it was, from the time the agreement was signed, to ensure sustainability of that asset. So with just these few examples, and yes, a lot of it, other stuff is in the pre-read, just to demonstrate that the participants of SAPREF are actually players that are capable of finding solutions, and hoping that we'll be in a position to find solutions as we move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, let's invite the colleagues from Total Energies. As our last presentation, then we'll have interaction. I know that Minister Chris at some point will have to leave. We're trying to make sure that we cover as many presentations while she's still here as well. Are we ready, Margot? Your 20 minutes starts now, so thank you very much. You can introduce your team.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honourable ministers, honourable chairpersons, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sunil Gandhi. I'm with Total Energies. I'm one of the executives, the General Manager of Corporate Affairs. I'm joined today by one of our board members and shareholders of the company, Mr. Sizwe Shezi. If you can please lift your hand. Today, we present Total Energies Marketing South Africa's position and commitments regarding the Island View lease extension. We are proudly an empowered and truly broad-based company. Our transformation journey is not only about ownership, but about real inclusive participation at every level. Our request ensures security of supply while further advancing transformation and local manufacturing. If you could please move to the next slide. Total Energies has been present in South Africa since 1954. Today, we operate a network of 550 service stations nationwide and proudly manufacture lubricants locally. Our exploration activities began in 2014, and while we already have a few successes, we are now actively prospecting in the Deepwater Orange Basin, an area with significant potential. In 2015, we expanded into renewables, launching the Prisca plant, which today produces 86 megawatts of solar energy. We're also developing LNG projects in Mozambique with the potential to use that gas for electricity supply into South Africa or LNG imports. Today, we employ 850 full-time staff, along with many contractors, supporting local jobs and skills development. Next slide, please. Chair, you asked the question about excess of berth and storage and pipeline capacity in the Island View area. Unfortunately, today, petroleum storage capacity is highly constrained for us. In 2024, we could only import 78% of our market requirements, and we had to buy the rest locally. Currently, we face operational bottlenecks. Full cargoes cannot be offloaded directly into our site, resulting in delays and significant demurrages. Looking ahead, additional storage is feasible if land becomes available and we're prepared to invest. We are ready to expand capacity and, of course, give broader access, like we discussed this morning. We're also exploring options of additional storage with other companies that wants to build storage in the area, like the likes of NOAA, who are present here today. Next slide, please. This is a topic of third-party access and reporting available storage to the NERSA. I'm not going to go into this slide in detail. I think it's been covered extensively by FIASA. All I can confirm is that we're fully compliant in terms of our submissions, and Mr. Mkhize can confirm that. Next slide, please. Chair, you asked the question about our commitments to investments for the next 25 years. We are fully committed to investing in operations to meet market demand, modernize our plants, and uphold the highest standards of safety and quality. We have a robust pipeline of projects in the long-term plan, with total investment costs estimated at 6.1 billion rands today. These investments include infrastructure upgrades, safety enhancements, sustainability initiatives, and our goal is to ensure resilience, compliance, and continued transformation in the sector. Next slide, please. Chair, regarding the question of why ownership of the storage capacity at Island View has not been transferred to the state, the facility is not operated as a separate business. It exists to meet our market demand and to ensure security of supply for our markets. Our fuel market, which currently supports approximately 78% of our requirement, comes through the Island View precinct. The simple response is that the site is there to supply our market. Without it, it'll be difficult to do that. Our distribution channels in Island View is road deliveries local. We also have rail access, so we load rail to depots like Bethlehem, Ladysmith, and Nelspruit. This integrated network is essential for reliable fuel delivery nationwide. In addition, our lubricants plant sustains 60 full-time jobs and over 2,500 indirect jobs, producing 342 high-tech products for mining, agriculture, and others, demonstrating our commitment to local manufacturing. Next slide, please. Chair, you asked the question, the comparison between Section 56 and Section 79. Section 56, I assume there'll be a third-party operator, and Section 79 ourselves. Just to summarize, in my view, the benefits of having the Section 79, of course, one is the continued local production, supporting local jobs and security. Lower cost, which ultimately benefit the consumer, as mentioned also by BP. End-to-end control, ensuring security of supply, so you control the entire supply chain. And of course, international best practice. We work for an international company, and you'll probably find that we use higher standards than locally and get all the necessary support from the head office. In summary, the Section 79 model supports local industry, keep costs down for consumers, and upholds the highest standards. Chair, this is my last slide, and you asked the question about our transformation journey. I said earlier on, we are proud that we are 6 consecutive years with level 1. How do we achieve that? Today, the company is owned 49.9% South African ownership. Of that, 31% is Black ownership. We're also proud that we busy with our second BE deal. The first one that was in 2003 was unencumbered in 2011. And of course, Mr. Shezi is part of the second empowerment deal. In terms of Black management control, the board is 52% Black, executive 62%, which is myself included, senior management 54%, middle management 68%, and junior levels at 81%. You can see that the empowerment is across all levels. Skills development, we've got a robust program for skills development internally, and also we support many of the universities in giving funding to many students that cannot afford it. Preferential procurement, 80% of our spend direct to Black companies. Supplier development, we have, for the last 3 years, developed a program. This is one of my pet programs, in fact, where we take people from rural communities. We give them access to funding. We give them support in management of the business. We link them with transporters that have been doing work in this area for a long time. We give them a contract and make sure that they develop. The whole idea is for them to become bigger companies and, of course, move broader than Total Energies. On enterprise development, we have a program where we take pump attendants, normal pump attendants, we give them access to our stations. The whole idea is to make them fully fledged dealers in a period of time. Again, this is the support that they get from us. And of course, our socio-economic development is quite wide. We are in the areas of road safety, climate and oceans, culture dialogue, heritage and education. And I can speak to you about the few partnerships that we've had for a long time. The one with Sandparks for 65 years, Sibekwa with 30 years, Basket 20 years, and DFFE planting trees for the last 20 years. Chair, I hope that I've answered the 6 questions you have posed. In conclusion, we are committed to security of supply, operation excellence, local production, and meaningful transformation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. To Total Energies. I will now allow honorable members to take questions. I want to respectfully request those who need tea to just go out, without disruption, so that we cover the 15-20 minutes while the ministers are still here as well. I would like to now recognize the hands. Honorable Member Manyi, followed by Honorable Member Mkutu. Where are the other hands so that I can take? Honorable Gama, Honorable Nchabele, Honorable Malimeja, Honorable Mondana, Honorable is not Langa, Langa is here. You look like this chair. Yes, you'll be that. There's no cat here. And then Honorable Hassan and.
I was saying I thought it's Ketumatlan.
Okay, colleagues, we don't have the luxury of time, as you have seen. We really try. We want to cover as many members as possible, but cover large questions. So I don't think we normally in our other lives somewhere, Minister Mandashu are given 3 minutes to say everything after 30 presentations. So I will try to learn from that rule. Over to you. Number one.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Let me foreground my question by saying that two things. One, after what I've heard today, firstly, I think we need, I'm not getting a sense that we've got a minister of South Africa. I think we've got a minister of big business. This is my sense. I may be wrong, but this is my sense. I hold the view.
Comrade Manyi, we know what we try to do in our committee. We play the ball, not the man. Just state your point without, you can make the point without, so that we don't want to be, we want the meeting to run efficiently by, let's state the facts, say whatever you want.
I'm going to get there, Chair. Secondly, Chair, I hold the view that going to Section 79 was a grossly irrational decision. And I've got 9 questions to get me to change my mind. 1, what objective evidence did the minister rely on to conclude that a competitive Section 56 process was impractical rather than simply delayed by TNPA? That's the first one. Secondly, did TNPA formally advise the minister in writing that it could not implement Section 56? And if so, may the minister please supply the committee with that correspondence. 3, was any feasibility or impact assessment conducted comparing the consequences of proceeding with Section 56 versus invoking Section 79? 4, which stakeholders were consulted, including labor, communities, small traders, and HDSA firms before a decision of such significance was taken? 5, why was the extraordinary remedy of Section 79 chosen instead of interim leases with strict transformation conditions while a structured Section 56 process was being finalized? 6, why has TNPA never taken ownership of terminal infrastructure as required by historical lease agreements? 7, does Section 79 direction further delay state custodianship, thereby entrenching private ownership and operational control over a national key point? It's a very serious issue, this, Chair. Was Competition Commission consulted? That's number 8. Was Competition Commission consulted on the concentration and dominance implications of granting long-term tenure to existing incumbents? Number 9, how did the minister satisfy herself that public interest, not private sector convenience, was the driver of Section 79 intervention? Lastly, number 10, what is the actual black ownership in percentage term within the main players? I'm not even talking about the beneficiaries, within the main players here that are arranged by Fuels Industry Association of South Africa, because I'm getting the sense that structurally there's no transformation. All we have is rats and mice further down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
No, thank you, Chair. Probably let me again greet everyone in the honorable. Let me again greet everyone in the Honorable Jimmy Manyi Commission. The 10 questions. We must open a commission on the matter, Honorable. No, I think, Chair, the points that, the questions that Honorable Jimmy Manyi would have raised would have tried to battle. Oh, sorry.
Mzwanele, yeah. Please also just make the point without referring to the person so that we don't.
No sweepers, Chair, please.
No. We are capable of running the meeting, colleagues. Just relax. Please come through, make the point.
Not sure why we can't refer to each other, but that's fine. No, I think, Chair, the questions that broadly are being raised would have been raised in the first meeting and the meetings subsequent to that. And I think there are 4 key issues that we are dealing with here, Chair. And in my view, it's the national security of supply. And I think Honorable Minister Kwete Mantashe would have raised that matter. I'm not sure if you want me to refer to you, National Chair. The second aspect is the issue of national sovereignty. And the third aspect is the issue of economic transformation. And lastly, I think it's the issue of building state capacity. And I think that these are the 4 key issues that I think there seems to be a general agreement around addressing these matters. And my sense, Chair, is that would have been clear around the existence of building state capacity in relation to ensure national security of supply. And our view, Chair, which has been consistent, is that the work that is being done at SEF, we've got to insist on protecting that work as a basis of building the state capacity. I was saying to the minister that the 30% is actually small. We should be pushing for 40%. He says to me, no, you are still young. You must learn the art of progression. I'm happy with the 30%. But if we really are serious about building state capacity and ensuring that the state is in a position to protect itself on the question of national security of supply, I think, Chair, we've got to do more in insisting that the state needs to have more control and management of that precinct. The second point, Chair, I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of defense. I think, Chair, it's very critical. Of course, Chair, Honorable Minister Mantashe, you might raise the point that this is not an ideological question, but I think that there are ideological permutations relating to it around the issue of the role of the state. And we might take each other to town around the importance, ideologically, about how you conceptualize the role of the state in how it intervenes in the matters of society to ensure that it is able, in the first instance, to protect itself, to defend its people, and to cater for the needs of its people in relation to the issue of national interest. And I think that the issue that defense, like any other person which is a strategic department in relation to national interest, comes here and cries that it itself wants also to have access to what should have been long time ago in the hands of the state. Because the fact that 30 years later, we are still stuck in the issue of renewing the licenses or the leases of these majors without a clear integration in relation to the demographics of this country speaks about the slow pace of transformation in the South African economy and in industry. Of course, today you send black colleagues to come and present on transformation and on BE and all of these things because you want to create an impression. But if you look at the structure of how the industry is organized, it still largely sits in the hands in relation to control management and control of white people, and with heavy reliance on international and global interest, which compromises our national sovereignty. And I think that we've got to take seriously what Defense has been saying to us, Minister Chrissy. I think that one should not even be a debate. That to secure our national interest, we've got to ensure that our strategic assets must be in some level be able to be controlled and managed by the state. The last part, Chair, that I want to raise, you see the issue of triple BE. I take a different view from the point that people would want to raise that it's only for it has benefited only a few which are connected to the political elite and so on and so forth, and therefore it must be scrapped and this. And I think that really, Chair, it's really that thinking is throwing the baby with the water. My mother used to say that you don't throw the baby away with the water because the water is dirty. My sense is that, Chair, on the triple BE, if there is an instance where there is beneficiation associated with the political elite, we've got to say, how do we broaden participation, but using the instrument as a progressive instrument to transform the structure of our economy? And if, Chair, we don't insist on it, industry and private ownership has not transformed and will not transform on its own. We need to force its hand, and that needs a capable state that will be able to force its hand through this instrument of triple BE.
Thank you very much. Number 3. I think it's you. Oh, it's Carmen. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everybody, all protocols observed. The Minister started by talking about the issue of uncommitted capacity. But this has been a part of our legislation for decades. It's in the NESA Act, and it's also in the Petroleum Products Act. The issue here is that we failed to comply or to enforce the prescripts in the oil industry, and this is what has led to the current crisis. So it's not about asking the TNPA to come up with new regulations in as far as that is concerned. So we need an enforcement mechanism to deal with those issues because we continue to have black people that are underserved because of the issue of the uncommitted capacity not being given to other actors. And then coming to Section 79, the Act is very explicit in terms of what Section 79 is for, is to safeguard the national interests, the security of the Republic. It's also to promote the national strategic or economic interests of the Republic and to discharge international obligations of the Republic. So when you hear that the Defense Force requested for 25% of liquid bulk capacity at Island View, and this was raised directly with the Department of Transport during consultation, but it was entirely disregarded in the final directive, despite the very clear implications for national security. So it's very clear that the minister did not incorporate or assess or meaningfully engage with the Defense Forces submission. So when such a strategically important and significant stakeholder is ignored, and when the final allocation mirrors the pre-existing interests of the incumbents of the oil measures rather than the substantive inputs from state security organs, it raises a serious question. Was this consultation in any real sense or merely an exercise designed to legitimize an already predetermined outcome? So the evidence points to the latter. What occurred cannot be characterized as meaningful consultation. But also within the Ports Act itself, there is consultation with the port regulator as well as the National Port Consultative Committee. None of those things seem to have taken place, or consultation with other ministers, interministerial consultation prior to these decisions being made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4. I think, Madam Major, I think it's you. I'm giving you a platform. He's still deciding his questions.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Speak closer to your mic.
That's what I'm doing. Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity and follow suit in greeting those who came late. Chair, you see here, if it's about to strive to arrive to solution of what brought us here together. When the minister, in particular, the Minister of Transport, was giving her remarks, he was very clear and very open to new suggestions that can assist to deal with where we think things went wrong. To prolong the deliberations on the basis of the presentation, not necessarily trying to zoom in into what will assist going forward, might, in a very respectful way, a waste of time. I want to put a rider on what I'm saying, to say from the presentations that one had an opportunity to listen to, none is against. It's only one where they wanted to emphasize that bringing these other participants might have a caution in terms of rendering the service. And the question will be, 25 years, you are saying other participants must remain spectators of their own economy, and that we are not for. Instead, what we are for is to say we want an inclusive. And that we are saying that will also include the very same years of the 25 years. So, Chair, I'm very time conscious that we end up politicizing things that we can just zoom straight to the solution. The Minister of Transport is very open to say, let us come with best solution to the matter, and that has enabled us to arrive to a point where we wanted to arrive from the very same. We said there's been wrong, how do we correct wrong? Instead, we want to label and as if we are not a caring government. The caring government will listen to the outcry and say this is the best way to deal with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Number 4. Okay, take it, Mondan.
I don't know in Chavile Muchavang. Chair, thanks very much. Chair, I thought after the Defence Force submission, we're actually going to close the meeting and go home, because I think it addressed the section that we're discussing. You know, but I want to commend the chair or the chairpersons for allowing us to listen to everybody. I think that listening to the industry today has been quite revealing. In fact, the presentation by the Fuels Association, it tells us, it answers our questions, that this matter has nothing to do with the Minister of Transport looking at the interest of the country, the national interest of the country, the economic interest of the country. It has to do with the decision taken by the association on behalf of certain of its members to apply, to make an application. And if you look at that application, it's not provided for in law. That's the first issue. So this discussion today has got nothing to do with many of the things that have been said about investment, capacity. I think, Honorable Mahlaule, your committee, I think I was looking at you because these are issues that are supposed to be dealt with by your committee. Today, we're not here for all of those things. Yes, I think we've got some very interesting information about what the industry is capable of doing. But Today we are here to deal with the decision by the Honorable Minister of Transport to extend, to rather to direct the Transnet National Ports Authority to extend these leases by 25 years. So we have to assess whether that is in terms of the law. That's the only issue, in fact, that is facing us. I want to say, Chair, that what the Honorable Minister, I think that when we look at the law, we look at the actions, there's no doubt that what she has done, she's done two mistakes. It's either one, she either confused, or rather, let me say that she confused what are the commercial interests of the industry with the national interest. And that's what she has done. And I think that we must correct that. And that is why in the last meeting, I asked the Honorable Minister to withdraw. Yes, the Fuel Association is within its right. We respect that it should champion the interests of its own members. And we also respect the fact that month-to-month contract for many years are not favorable in the situation that we are. And you can see also some of the failures by Transnet. But we don't think it should be addressed in the way that has been done. So commercial versus national interest. Those of us who were involved in the drafting of this piece of legislation in 2003, 2004.
As you conclude.
We were referring, Chair, not to this commercial interest, but we're referring to what the Defense Force has actually mentioned, number one. Number two, if you look at what is happening in our ports, last week, the city of Cape Town, or rather the port of Cape Town, struggled to have jet fuel, precisely because of the problems that we are facing. So I want to say in conclusion, Chair, that we need to do three things, in my view. I think that we need to we humbly request the Honorable Minister to withdraw this decision. Of course, find an interim solution that will be in the interest of both the industry and the country. I think that's one. Number two, we ask Minerals and Petroleum to guide us on what is meant, because what is used as a security of supply. The security of supply in terms of supply chain for what the industry requires. Minerals, raw materials you get, but that is different from the national interest and the security that we're talking about. And thirdly, Honorable Minister, we urge you, fight for black players in this industry. And you can do it by ensuring that if you want to continue with these terminal operator agreements that you are currently negotiating, that are meant to come into effect next year, you really have to then say, I'm going to take a significant part or a portion, whether 30, 40%, and preserve that for the state and the PE companies, and also ensure that you finalize Ambrose Park so that our people can have access to that. And I don't think it's a difficult thing. Chair, if we were to write a report today, that's what I'll include in the report and take it to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 5. Okay, I'll give it to you, Leader.
Thank you very much.
No, he's done.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Minister Chrissy, my concern is whether giving only 15% capacity to the SAF, even with the possibility to rise to 30%, will be insufficient to provide real opportunity for black-owned companies to compete on equal footing. So my question is, how are these percentages determine what was taken into consideration by you, Minister? 2, why were 25-year leases chosen instead of a shorter transitional concession? Minister Mantashe, what is the DMPR plan to support black-owned wholesalers who lack access to tank storages? The last one, to the presenter of fuel industry. What is the current percentage of storage allocated to the third parties versus own use in the industry? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Slepe. I'm now confused because people have raised their hands, they don't want to speak. Okay. Honorable Chamberlain.
Thanks a lot, Honorable Chair and co-chairs, Honorable Ministers, as well as the guests in the gallery, Honorable Members. I think this meeting was long due on the fact that there are critical questions that has actually escaped attention of Parliament. This is a very serious process that should have started here and then progressed towards, a smaller committee basis. But unfortunately, we're catching this at already almost the tail end. But just to give input from our sides, there are a couple of questions that we would like to field in respect to the crisis we are finding ourselves. The issue of Island View is a serious issue with regards to South Africa's security of energy, fuel supply, as well as fuel storage, and the element of transport. And we cannot talk about the economy unless we have this current security. As you know, 74+% of fuel in South Africa crosses through Island View. So we cannot take this matter lightly and not deal with the fundamentals. On the fundamental side, I think from a minister's point of view, we just want to ask a question. Minister, did you consult properly, one, with the stakeholders, TNPA being the most in particular? That's number one question. Does the cabinet know about the processes that were taken through in respect to entering into some of this consultation with the private sector, particularly the fuel industry players interested in the offtake on storage with regard to Island View? The other major concern is, it's very strange when you come to, we used to be in the private sector, it's very strange when you come to government and you find the private sector telling government what to do and how to do it. We're not used to a culture like that, when you come ka khorong, you don't come and tell ba khorong this is how I want. Wa popota wa tla usurusurutu o bolela ka botho in a way that makes sure that khoro e go kwe and e go kushishe e go thushe. And in this case, we're seeing a tendency whereby major multinationals and as well as South African, front companies usually come and create an impression that without them, we cannot survive as government. And it's a very really sorrow situation. We need to correct this crisis. FIASA created an impression, and I'm going to ask, why is FIASA misleading this parliament by saying that the minister consulted properly with TNPA and other stakeholders? Because in the presentation, it was almost stated, right?
As you conclude.
Maracha, I'm just studying. You gave him enough time. I will conclude nicely. I've got a couple of questions, but it's not a problem.
Please focus.
Yeah, so on that basis, I just want to get to the point of it, right? Can the minister also admit that on this process, there were critical, fundamental procedural failures in respect to attending to this process? And from a parliament point of view, we have to actually take this matter and say the process has to be actually overlooked as well as properly engaged so that we can really get to the bottom of it. We know there is interest. Those interests can wait unless, and this is a follow-up question to the minister, unless the minister, you're not telling us something. Is the minister throwing a javelin?
No, thank you very much.
And saying that in
we've already asked colleagues.
No, I'm finishing my question, Chair.
No, we are not going to run a meeting.
It's a question. It's a valid question.
No.
Stop. Let me finalize it.
Mr. Ntabeleng, can we focus on the subject?
I'm focusing on the
subject.
subject.
Allegations because we're going to make Parliament a circus. We don't know that.
I'm focusing on the subject.
Please.
This is the subject.
Please.
Okay. The current issue with this particular project is there are external interests who want to take over and have a long-term lease on a public site interest, whereby we want to secure our sovereignty, our supply of fuels, and the minute we privatize the storage facilities, we're going to have crises going into the future. So that is the question. Why is there such a rush to finalize this deal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you understood that we really have to play by the rules. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be long like Honorable Nchabele. I'll just have only two questions to ask. The first is that the Section 79 directive has renewed leases for incumbent international oil majors for 25 years. And how will this decision, under the current operation scope, balance the need for radical socio-economic transformation with the perceived risk of disrupting fuel supply by introducing the new black-owned entrant? As this decision does not take into account the demographic distribution in this space, and it does not address the market concentration concerns that plague the oil and gas sector. And secondly, Chair, on the transformation of Total Energies, it's actually alarming, especially in the top level management, with these numbers prevalent in the executive rank. How can Total Energies provide guarantees to the portfolio, to the committee on the progressive and meaningful role they will play in the IVP lease agreement with the transformative numbers that do not portray a vision of inclusion? Those are the only two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mfuking.
Thank you, Chairperson. My first question, Chair. A concern raised is that 15% capacity of CEF may be too fragmented to be economically viable for a single player to import a full vessel. I would like to know, Chair, what operational models are being considered to overcome this scale issue and make historically disadvantaged traders' participation sustainable? My second question, Chairperson, in regard to SAPREF, the total amount of investment made into the plant, what is the composition or breakdown of the investment made for a mandatory maintenance and development initiatives that are intertwined with the investment initiatives? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbio. Then Honorable Chance. Honorable Mbio, are you withdrawing? Yeah? Okay. Honorable Hassan, then Honorable Chance. Sorry. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I do have a number of questions. I'm going to try and get through them as efficiently as possible. I'm going to start very quickly with passing our condolences to the CEF group on the untimely passing of Ms. Figlin, who we've just heard the news of her tragic passing. So I just want to pass condolences to CEF. Chair, look, we've received quite a bit of information, and I think it's been bemoaned at quite a great level from the minerals and energy side at our late inclusion in the process. So I think you just need to be a little bit more in the space, a little bit more patient with us, because remember, it's our first meeting here. That's why we have quite a number of questions. My first question is generally to the sector. BEE, and I appreciate that you've come with different presentations and, you know, you've really told a very good story, I suppose, but the reality here is that BEE remains marginal in the value chain, especially after so many years of democracy. I mean, it's more than 30 years. So I think we need a much greater explanation around the value chain of why BEE is marginal. And I don't think it's sufficient to say that we have X amount of Black people on the board, et cetera, et cetera. It's all important, but we are trying to understand what kind of meaningful Black economic empowerment has happened along that space. So that's the first question. My second question is to Sasol. Does Sasol treat the NatCo's tanks in Durban as within its refinery battery limits? I have another general question. Look, the oil industry today, Chair, is a merchant industry, which receives regulated margins without new investments. And the investments that have been put forward in the presentations, if we're being frank, are just routine maintenance on optimizing the plants and the work there. So it's not new investment. This is investment that would have happened anyway. And I think it's important to say that to industry, because if you're coming here to justify Section 79 and other points, we need to see what further meaningful investment is going to happen. Because if you're just looking after your own interests, it's very difficult for us as MPs to accept that you are looking after the national interest at the same time. So what is the new investment that has been put forward? And I'll get into some details if I have time in just a moment of what I mean on that. Also, Chair, the oil industry has consciously put our country in a net import situation. So we're in a situation where the majority of what we need to get does not come from within South Africa. And this has put a great deal of pressure on the balance of payments, which of course has driven up the price. And so I need to understand, what is the benefit of this lease for South Africa? How does it benefit not only the security of supply in the country, but how in particular beyond that in the national interest? And I thought it's important just to say, it was Cabral who said, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. And I have concerns that industries come here to claim very easy victories of things they would have done anyway. Chair, two quick things I'm going to wrap up on, because I can see you're about to interrupt me. How do the leases make fuel cheaper in the country? Total, you mentioned your skills development. You know, one thing the departments don't come to do here, you need to tell us how many bursaries, how many people have you funded, what is the monetary amount that you've used, how many disabled persons, because it could be 2. That's still a plural amount. We need to know more formally what you're actually investing in. And then again, for CEF, it needs to be placed on record that the 15% that's going to be granted to CEF is not enough to ensure their role as an aggregator is effectively executed. The directive allocates 15 to 30% of the terminal's capacity. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that this allocation genuinely benefits emerging black traders? And Chair, I'll actually hold on to my other questions, because I think in next presentations I'll be able to put them forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone I've left out before I allow? Mr. Chance, apologies, and Aduna. Yes, Mr. Chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've had a lot of information ventilated this morning on important issues, and we all want to see new entrants into the market, not just this market, but other markets. But the question I have really relates to the international stage, and does the need, as expressed here, for new entrants, is that replicated in other countries around the world? In other words, if you take the analogy of the human body, where the supply of oil and petroleum products is almost like the circulatory system, we can't really interfere with that, otherwise the body will die. So we need, obviously, security of supply, that's true. And I'd like to know what is the situation in other countries in terms of the role of the state and the role of small players, not the oil majors. Is there something that we can learn from them? Or is it just pretty much the same as we have in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chance. Madonna.
Thanks. Greetings to you, chairs, the ministers, members, and business. No, thanks, Chair. I'm also not going to be long. I promise. I'm going to be short. No, Chair. I just want to first by commenting, especially on the presentation that we have received. I see a lot of them speaks about black people. They speak about women. Also about skills and leadership that they provided, but they are never specific about particularly young people. Because I believe that as young people of South Africa, we are no longer the future, we are the present. It can't be that when they show in terms of how their managements are composed, our people, young people in particular, subjected to leaderships and internships, whereas most of them do have good skills to be in management of these companies. Just wanted to comment that because indeed we believe that we are no longer the future, we are the present, we are the now. No, Chair, I want to first start by saying to the Minister, Chris, no, the intervention of onboarding black players is welcomed, particularly because it can't be that after 30 years of democracy, our black people are still watching a game that they should be playing. It can't be that the economy, the structure of this economy of this country continue to be the way it is and it's accepted. Particularly that there's particular businesses that are just running the economy, and we keep on being told that you will benefit as an SME and so on. We want to see our people being big players in these things. On defense, I think we must all agree that on defense it should be a non-negotiable. Whatever defense wants, they must get, because they speak. This speaks also to the sovereignty of the country. Thereof, it can be that they are not given whatever that will assist them to ensure that their capabilities are enhanced. And lastly, because I would have not been there in the first meeting, I would have wanted to check with these leases. Just a dumb question: how do they benefit us as South Africa? One. Two, I just want to check what role can these leases play in ensuring that we decrease the price of fuel, which would result in would have a positive impact in our economy. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any member who's left out? I will allow the ministers to come through, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and chairpersons of the other portfolio committees. There's one thing that is important here. Every time I come to portfolio committee, I learn something new. Every time. And sometimes I must adapt my age-long lessons of non-racialism into a black consciousness person. I get that every time I come here. I will have to unwind and undo what was taught to me over many years of non-racialism. Let me tell you why I'm saying that. Let me start with the question of the ideology. First of all, let me quote what I said, so that it is not generalized as saying it is not ideological. That's not what I said. I said ideological and conceptual outlook must not undermine security of supply. That's what I said. Not there is no ideology. There is ideology, but one of the things that ideology must never do, it must never undermine security of supply. That is a national interest. Security of supply is a national interest. Number two, I get shocked here. One member says, this black executive that have been sent here, they have been sent today. They have been sent today. Basically, new suits were bought for them and were sent to be in the portfolio committee today. But in the companies, they play no role. That's the essence of what we're saying here. Actually, that is another extreme of white supremacy. It's another extreme. It's two extremes. That when a black person plays an executive role, that black person is a stooge, is sent for today, he's not playing a role in the company ordinarily. It's actually a serious insult. It confirms white supremacist theory of Darwin, that whites are superior, blacks are naturally inferior. And we should not do that. I'm appealing to the portfolio committee, don't reduce black people into stooges and people who are sent to just show a black face in the portfolio committee today, but play no role in their companies. I know many of them. I meet them every day. They're in my sector. I met them every day. I know people who would be a CEO of BP South Africa. I meet that person every day. Now, he can't come, that person can't come here and the people will say, you are just a steward to Tunya Namkanje. Actually, Tunya Gabelungu. Aye, comrades. Let's not do that, because that is actually reducing a black person into nothing but a conduit of white ideas. It's terrible. I wanted to start there and then talk to white people controlling the sector. White people controlling the sector. What is wrong with that? I know it's a lone view. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Because basically you are saying foreign direct investment must be scrapped, and therefore if a company is a global company, it's in a white country, it must not come here. It's pancake, that's what we're saying. Because we say these companies are controlled by whites. They've been supplying us for years. I asked one colleague here, where did you fill your car this morning? He says, in a Shell garage. I said, okay. I asked the other one, fill this car in a PP garage. Fill this car, drive. It's a white company, giving them fuel. We don't want that. It's a strange lesson that you say we must learn, comrades. We must grow black capacity, brick by brick. Black companies must put their skin in the fire, build their capacity, compete as equals. No favor. Bangabotshelwa abantu bakompete nabantu ababotshwe izandla. They must grow. That's what has happened in coal mining. Coal mining is mainly owned by black and managed by black people. Not because somebody arrested whites and locked them up and gave space to black people. It didn't happen that way. They got there, they participated, they pulled their resources together, competed as a competent company. I'm very proud of companies like Seriti. I'm very proud of them because they pulled black people together to form an entity that competes. Black people in this sector must do the same and compete. That's my desire. That if we a big company, Petroleum in this sector, yabantu abamnyama engenzelelelwanga, that has built its capacity and compete in the sector. I want to see that. Now, but come on, comrade. No mhlophe iyasokolisa. Sifuna abantu abamnyama thina. Bathi comrade apha. Now, which is an extreme of white supremacists. That's another extreme. It's racism in a different form. You don't look into national interest, you look into color. And that is a parliamentary cabinet committee that does that. That worries the hell out of me. Let me talk transformation. Transformation, basic lesson I was given that I must unlearn today is that transformation is standing on 3 legs. standing on ownership, standing on employment equity, and standing on procurement. Now I'm talking mining, okay. It's a sector I know. Is there progress on procurement? Do black companies supply? That's the first thing. If that is the issue, I will support it. They must supply. Two, are these companies having employment equity that is meaningful? Not blacks doing bantu jobs. There are bantu jobs, business relations, corporate relations and all that. But on the hard skills, that's how I assess transformation. Employment equity gives our people a capacity to manage entities. Bakhona kule sector, abantu bakuthi uyaphakama general manager but mna ndandiyibhasa ndafunda nda-absorbwa ndakhula, today I'm a general manager. I take that positive. I take that as positive. Now, and ownership is the third one. Apa kuthiwa transformation constitute one leg, black ownership. Akukho employment equity, kodwa bathunyiwe bancinci zidolfanyana ezimfutshane ezithunyiweyo zizapha zithunyiwe ngabelungu. I-employment equity ke leyo siyayiredyusa, yabona. Now, I don't accept that, comrades. I don't accept that. When black people make progress in management, I take that as positive. Because I'm from a sector that didn't give me a blasting certificate on the basis of blasting certificate reserved for a scheduled person. I had to fight for 21 days to get that right. In the streets for 21 days. Then I got that right. Today, 80% of miners are black in the country. Abangotokolosh, bachesa, badrilla, bachache up, bablaste, kupumi stove. Asingaba reduce, comrade. Now, last point and from Terangai, state capacity. State capacity siyawusakha, comrade. And siyasakha. That's why like gas cliff mthetha ngayo. Banye bayathetha nje. Abayazi ukuba i-gas supply from Mozambique iphethwe i-Romco pipeline e-ownwa 80% by the public sector. Abayazi abanye benu. Nihleli lapha njani yazi lona. Ukuthi i-state capacity siyasakha. Is-Cyprus represented by BP, Shell, APA today. Actually sold to the state, okay, and the state sayivuselela ibe refinery ekhoyo. Kwakwi state ke ngoku. Kwakwi state. Petro SA zicollapsile i-refinery zayo sizazivusa. But we must also appreciate the fact that Petro SA is a typical example of a master's student. Often when they research, ngento ekuthiwa asset stripping. Often when they research on asset stripping, go to Petro SA, uxelelwe ukuba iPetro SA was a cash flush, yayine reserves yi-29 billion rand, yatyiwa ngabantu bakuthi abamnyama esibaziyo, esasithi ba-progressive, by stripper to nothing. By stripper to nothing. Siyayivusa ngoku, funa siyivusa. Sivutela intshontsho ezimpundweni. Lityiwe elintshontsho. Funa silivuse thina elintshontsho. Lityiwe. Now, so when we talk of everything in state, kwacim, funa singabikho sentimental about it. Funa sibe practical. Hard on it. Siyazi ukuba doctor kodwa singamasela siyeba. Funa siyamkele loo nto kuqala uba siyeba thina. Once we access to resources, siyaziba eza resources. Masiyamkele loo nto so that we grow from there. Last point then. My last point is wholesalers. Says licensed wholesalers azikho apha. Azikho kaNSBs wholesalers. Then even tenge wholesalers apha. Anisbizanga kodwa. Ongwe wedwa. Baphi? Ziphi wholesalers? Awabanintsanga bane. Yeah, that's not many. I-wholesalers zininzi. I-wholesalers zininzi. Masibizwe apha as a body of wholesalers. Futhi zimnyama as wholesalers. Zimnyama. I-majority of wholesalers zimnyama. They supply petroleum products to the market. Ba-license wandim ndiyabazi. Okay, ba-license wandim, I know them. Abekho apha. Now, I'm raising that issue, Honorable Chairperson, so that sometimes we should not develop policies on the basis of the noisy. Loud hailing policy formulation is not sustainable. Ukuthi okwazi kakhulu nguyo determine policy. Ongekhoyo apha, we ignore that person, so develop policy for him or her. Singayenzi loo nto. Comrade Barbara, I'm going to hand over to you. It's your role, Land Island View. Ilawulwa nguwe, andit?
Yeah, can you please, in the process, don't share my meeting?
Ilawulwa nguwe.
Lento yama-comrades apha as I understand.
I'm not sharing any meeting. Ilawulwa nguwe, and andifuna ukwenza overreach as Mineral and Petroleum. Pretend to be in charge of Island View. Undisikele by 15%, what is our could be 20, it could be 30, kutsho wena. Usikela mna, give me peace. Now, ndiyithatha le piece undisikele, ndiyathatha le piece, hayi undinika ipiece 15%, oh, how long will it take to be 20? Ndinikwe i-time frame, izawunyuka, iye ku-30, iyakhula le share yam. Bendikade ndingenayo ishare phaya Island View, totally. Ndinikwe 15, iyakhula iya ku-20, iyakhula iya ku-30. Uyandisikela. Now, uyandisikela, you cut a piece for me. You cut a piece for me. Uyandisikela. Now, nina apha ku-portfolio committee nifuna ndizisikele. Ndiyasikelwa apha, ndiyithatha. Ndiyasikelwa apha nguwe, and I accept that. Many questions came to you, not to me, but I had to take few of them that were more ideological. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Just a small correction, because I think we are on the right track. So we only invited people who had applied in this section 79. So we didn't exclude anyone. So it is not my role. I want to be like you. It's a role of Honorable Silam Len and Honorable Mika to call the wholesalers and everybody. We were dealing with the challenge that was before us. So the ones who are here are not our friends, are people who had put an application and they complained to us. So we didn't invite those that we like. I think we must correct that. Honorable Minister, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all the honourable members for the questions. I think many of them have already been answered by Minister Mantashe. And Chair, when I started this morning, I said that it was a challenge, that other members are joining us in the third session. On the 14th of October, we ventilated for several hours the basis for the Section 79 decision versus the Section 56. We ventilated the question of who was consulted and so on and so forth. Subsequently, all of those questions were sent to me in writing. And on the 29th of October, I responded. There's 20 pages of responses which I sent to you, Honourable Chair, and I'm sure that you have them. Instead of me now proceeding to read this document, which really would then cover all the questions that have been repeated today about why did I make this decision, who was consulted, why Section 79, not Section 76, Section 56, and so on and so forth. I would want to suggest that we share these questions with all of the honourable members so that there's an opportunity for the participants whom you've invited here today to answer the questions. There's just, I think, a couple of things I would want to say. I remain convinced that the decision that I made was made in the context of the law and that I followed both the letter and the spirit of the law. I also, in my view, consulted those that I was required to consult in terms of the law, and that while I remain of the opinion that the Island View facility is a national key point and that energy security remained an important consideration in my decision, it's also important to share with honourable members, in case they have forgotten, that there are still 4 Section 56 opportunities in that precinct. What is also important to say is that the Ministry of Defence never asked for an allocation. Instead, the Minister of Defence wrote me a letter supporting the decision, wrote me a letter supporting the request of CEF for an allocation. Obviously, Island View is an import facility. It's a storage facility in the sense that imported material is stored there on an interim basis until it is taken to its onward and permanent destination for usage. And so I think that it is exciting that the Ministry of Defence is involved in this process because obviously they are a market for a strategic resource. And of course, both the Ministry of Defence and yourselves may want to consider how this market could be used to facilitate small players and third-party access. Let me also say, Chairperson, that ultimately security of supply in this country cannot be assured until we reopen the Sapref refinery. My understanding is that the reason that the state purchased the Sapref refinery was in order that we reopen refining capacity in our country, and that important resource continues to play a role in our broader reindustrialization strategy. In that regard, it's important for honourable members to be aware that the Sapref facility there also has storage capacity. So we need to see the CEF allocation as being part of the government's overall strategy to reindustrialize and recreate refining capacity. And one of the conditions of the lease that we are giving to all leaseholders is that once that refinery can provide a refined product, then leaseholders would need to get the refined product from that facility. So there is an intention there to create a cycle, and that cycle would support energy security and also domestic refining, which we believe is very crucial going forward. At that point, Chair, I would want to pause because I believe that the other questions have been addressed by Honourable Mantashe and are also contained in this very lengthy document that I had submitted previously to the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Madela, and you had requested also to say something quickly, and then I'm not sure the team whether the lunch is ready so that we can take the lunch, and then if you can just check with your team. And yes, sir.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings to the ministers. I literally have 3 minutes to say something. My name is Zakele Madela. I represent an association of the black traders and the traders that complained about this. And I wear many hats. I just want to quickly pass a message before I quickly go to the presentation of Minister Barbara Creasy. I also share the energy and security stream of a group of 916 engineers that have said you cannot create jobs by importing. They want to build a refinery. That's a separate matter. And the president of the Engineering League of Progress asked me to express an appreciation to the chair for putting all these committees together because this is how we would like them. But in terms of today, I'm speaking to this house as a chairperson of a new association called Energy Producers and Traders Co-Collective. Because of the interest of time, I'm going to go straight to the points. Here with me, I've got my colleagues, some of the member companies that are part of our association. Minister Mantashe spoke about the importance of the wholesalers. We have 25 members that are committed to the association, all in all with over 50, and the bulk of those are wholesalers. Speaking to the presentation of Mr. Barbara Creasy of the Department of Transport in this very house, she said her response to the request of our complaint and representing our members, she has instructed Transnet and TNPA to look into the uncommitted capacity. Yet the industry players in this room have all confirmed there's a shortage of capacity. There's a mismatch there. And secondly, I also want to, I've been asked by my association, which is EPT Association. In this room, I've got a couple of them, Bongane Phillips, Pierre, and my colleague on the right-hand side. Some of them want to go to Ambrose Park, but our first point is to get access to the island view. We've written a number of documents. We are requesting 25% direct representation of the traders. There are two options. We can either be allocated that 25% directly for our members, or it can be indirectly through Central Energy Fund, which is now Minister Barbara Creasy has said she's moved us from Central Energy Fund as an aggregator and a third-party agent to Transnet and TNPA. So our request to you, Minister, is that we do not need to be babysitted by Transnet and Transnet National Port Authority. They have already decided not to get the asset transferred back to the stage. They're frustrating people at Ambrose Park. You want to subject our members to Section 76 when 10 oil majors, you didn't subject them, you gave them a Section 79 that they requested from you. They are not the only suppliers. They were traditionally the refiners, but they're no longer the refiners. We're not running the country on imports. We're running the country on industrialization, hence the message from my president from the Engineering League of Progress. These people want to build the refinery, but they also want to have their own allocation. So our message to you and our request to you, Minister, is that you need to introduce our association
directly to TNPA now, which is no longer Central Energy Fund, but to TNPA and Transnet. We've already developed very good models, including the forms of how to categorize the retailers, the wholesalers, and those that have got a balance sheet to be able to bring in new players. Lastly, we do want to work with the oil majors that have been mentioned today. We want to have a brilliant relationship, but it must be based on our own independent allocation of 25%. Our members have got a balance sheet. Our members have got the suppliers that want to support them. And at a later stage, we would want to work with the state. So therefore, if there's anything that we can take away from this meeting, Minister Papakis and yourself, Chair, is that two things must happen. You either halt this Section 79 as we've written to Parliament to say it must be halted, or if you continue with it, you incorporate our 25%, and we want to present a solution that harmonizes the relationship between ourselves and the oil majors, and represent the new entrants, and represent our members that have got the balance sheet, and represent a competition that is going to push the current members while we also want to have a relationship with the current members. And lastly, Chairperson, we already have a model like that at ESCOM, where the private players are saying, ESCOM, please don't monopolize the market. We also want to come in. There are so many people that want to take on these measures and accommodate our members, or we have a direct relationship with them.
Thank you.
I'll now hand over to my colleague. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Very quickly.
Thank you.
Okay. Then, Honorable Ikwete will be the last one, then we will proceed.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, for the delay. I think I want to bring to the House, as the Chairperson has alluded to. During our last engagement with Parliament on the 20th of October, we encouraged to form a block for ourselves so that we have a representation, of which for the past 4 weeks we have worked very hard to put a structure into place. We have also developed a roadshow to meet with the oil majors, because they are the backbone of the oil industry, including the SOEs like Transnet and so forth. I want to reiterate what Minister Mantashe has said in the beginning. We have experienced the biggest problem that we experience as black business in the oil space is SOEs, Transnet in particular. During our last engagement in Parliament, some of us even went on length to demonstrate how Transnet has gatekept some of our companies to access the storage capacity. I even wrote to the Minister, Chris, about the frustrations. As we speak now, the matter is before the judge, because we feel that we have been unfairly treated. So the biggest problem in South Africa are the OCEs. The OCEs must create an enable environment and also level the playing field, which is something that we don't see happening in this country. So my request to the Honourable Ministers is, please, let's police and oversight our SOEs so that the very same playing field that we want to see is created. Thank you.
Very much, Honourable Ikwete.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think based on the submission made by industry and by the complainants, I think we have to come to the meeting of the minds in terms of a possible review of the process. I would not agree with the withdrawal, but to say...
We can't hear you. If you can just raise your voice so that everyone can hear. Come closer to the mic.
Oh, I'm saying... Based on the submissions from the industry and the complainant, it's going to be important that we take the process for a review rather than the proposal that was on the table to withdraw it. A review based on the sense that we take into concern the point as raised by Honourable Mantashe in terms of security of supply, but we also take into consideration the point as raised by Honourable Chrissy related to the process she has undertaken that we need to go through. But the point must be clear that we cannot continue for another for 25 years with foreign controlled oil tenure in our country. It has reached a point, because when Furuvurt agreed on the process 60 years ago,
It was precisely on a BOTT, which was for 30 years. In 1990, it was increased for another 30 years. Now we want to increase it to another 90 years. When is the state and internal players going to play their roles? Because currently we sit on a security alert from one of the biggest economies that there's a white genocide here. You can imagine if they attack tomorrow, because they did the same with Iraq on weapons of mass destruction. They are now in Venezuela. So it's clear that they may soon be visiting us. So if we are not clarifying what the Defense Force is saying, if they are to arrive tomorrow, how ready are we? What is our combat readiness? Because we don't have internal role players in the whole industry. So from security-wise, I agree. Security of supply is more economic-wise, but we're not talking in terms of what can happen to security. We're not talking in terms of what we mean of reindustrializing our country and getting other new players in the process. I think those are some of the matters that we need to strike a balance of, because it's very clear. Mr. Trump is not playing. We are not 30% tariff, and he's threatening on the white genocide. So it's not something to wait for him until he attacks. We must be very clear from security point of view and defense that we have enough reserves to can respond in case we are attacked. We can see even other flights from Gaza where are flying in uninterrupted. We have enough supply to refuel in case of any attack. So it's not only about industry, it's not only about supply, but we must be very clear as a nation in terms of our national interest. Are we comfortable that we must forever be controlled in the oil merchants and industry by foreign companies? What about internal players? And what is the transition? Does it take 30 years? Does it take 60 years? Or does it take 90 years? It's something we need to talk to so that we are very clear. It's not a matter of race or whatever. It's a matter of when are we going to be in charge of our own assets? When are we going to be in charge of our own assets? I was told by the first Secretary General of the ANC, Tekisho Solomon Plaki, that I can't be a pariah in my country. I can't be an outcast. We can't forever be beggars. We must be self-reliant at some stage, and self-reliance and self-determination is key for any human.
As you conclude,
not something you need to ask for. So it must be understood. We can't be beggars. It must be understood. We are not opposed to foreign direct investment, but we need to learn from the Emirates. How did the Sheikh of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, 50 years ago, turn the desert into paradise? We must reach that point also. Dubai, all of us are investing in it. We've got apartments in it. We are staying there. But that thing 50 years ago, it was a desert. Today it's paradise. We also want our own paradise here. I thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we must try and...
Chair, before you round up, can I just ask a procedural issue, quick one, procedural issue?
Okay.
Simply to say, now that my questions have not been responded to, can I get a commitment of when am I going to get those answers? I mean, if the minister is here with the letters, as it were, why can't I just get those physical copies at least? Then she can email the rest in the next 24 hours or something.
Yes, Andre?
The response from the minister has been forwarded to the committee secretaries to distribute to the members, Chair.
Okay, it has been sent.
It's now just
the response that was given, the 20-page odd that the minister has, because it contains all the other questions. As we were saying that P2, when we started, it was on something different altogether. But those questions, we did pose those questions and they were answered. So they have been sent, and then this is probably not the last meeting we're having, because we still have to write a report to Parliament and so on and so on. Now, what I wanted to, just a few things before I hand over to the co-chair, Salam Lela, to come in after lunch. Minister Mandashi, we also have to correct certain facts so that we don't leave the meeting confusing the people of South Africa. So the issue of SAPREF that SEF is buying for R1 it shouldn't come as something magical, because both Shell and BP have not honored their environmental obligations. It comes at a huge expense. So we should not in Parliament say things that are not necessarily correct, because what is at stake here is that they are giving in because they don't want to take responsibility for environmental issues. It's a fact that we must state. Secondly, I really believe that from our first, second meeting and now, there's been a lot of movements which are positive, which we will continue to refine to try and make progress in this space. Secondly, the issue of defense. We know that there is SSF that has got certain responsibilities, but the Admiral was quoting a relevant law. The chair showed me the letter that was written to support the IVT. It was very clear about that 25%, which has to do with their law. So it's something that when it's said in a meeting, we must be able to respond to it. What is our response? Because they are talking about emergency reserves for the country. When there's a problem at ESCOM, at Transnet, at SAA, at AXA, wherever I don't even know what they do, the defense, I'm not really. They say that there is a law that says they need to have something. I don't think we can sit here and say 25 whatever percent, but it's more of access of these facilities, which is why the role of TNPA as proposed by the minister, I think for me is welcomed. But secondly, a much more vigorous role, which is already legislated, which has not been played by NERSA, has to be incorporated into the agreements as we conclude them, so that that issue that is being raised of the third-party access is properly spelled out in the agreements. And there might be some sections of the law that we might need to talk about reviewing, but I'm sure we'll talk about those towards the end of the meeting. So I just thought, let's explain those few issues, and then we'll take a 30 minutes break instead of an hour, just to have a bit of lunch, whatever lunch that is provided in Parliament, and then come back, and then Honorable Slamdela will proceed with the rest of the sharing. And then we'll come back so that we can have a resolution on how we form resolutions for the meeting in consultation. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned until 20 to 2. Thank you very much.
I think it's the best strategy. I was gonna call you. I was gonna call Milana and say, just now. Yeah, right.
Spoken.
Are you up there?
Yes, I'm up there.
The media.
Yeah, so that's with the streaming. Unfortunately, the gallery itself is closed. Doors are closed, so I just sat next to the so I just wanted to ask you. And what I've been testing. No, Mama.
So you are saying 15 twice. The sum of individual. She was the challenge is allocating excess. Maybe your comment comes to how you balance the excess. Isn't it unique? But also the fact that you navigate. So let's talk about what does it explain? That's the sector. Very important.
No, it's just possibly something like this. Right. We easily mistake says the message which yeah. By the yeah. We see, I'm not sure. It's going to be
I'm confused, but the way
yeah, but giving 60 parties and not being big trained. In the end, is to allow new interest, etc.
If you don't know because I mean, their rules is right about state. That is this picture going to be that the incentive is that you know, a lot of you don't want to assume that certain sections that that's what. Yeah, and I don't know. I know quantity of that will actually so it's I mean, when we don't want to, we don't know how that things understand. Yeah. So yeah. So what process of damage and this thing's cold. So to understand it's going down, like you say. You know, yeah, I sorry, I know that it was a very thank you so much for coming. But I think it's very, very complex. Yes. So I practice my transport mistakes. I know that Teresa sustained she did mainly out of, but because she's a job with that, there's a lot of a lot of the meetings happen without session wasn't true. So people I can't yeah, they got it. And sometimes they don't get their video back. Yeah, and no, it's like today to check to the you know, no, fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, she is a joke. Yeah. Good. Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody? All right, good. All right. But I'm learning lots about media management. That was very yeah. I mean, because these people, what we said, look, I'm here because a lot of them.
I've been here from the colleagues. Attention, attention, attention. 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 Attention one, attention two. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, limited party. Yeah. Yeah.
Attention. Can we start next? Can we start? Can we start? Later. It's wife. Let's get our people to close the door. Let's start. So
that's the engine.
I'm very fast. We're not drafting a resolution.
Yeah.
Very forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, can I sit down? I don't know. Let's sit down, colleagues. Chief Log. Chief Log. Chief Log. Yeah. Yeah, colleagues, thanks very much. Honorable Masina, thanks very much. We are going to proceed now. I want us to move with the speed and the precision of military jets now. Yeah, we're flying now. We're running out of time, and we need to cover up the lost grounds. Now we're going to invite in the order Astron, Engine, Vopec, Bidvest, and Unico. Unico Tech. So we're going to start with Astron. And this is how we're going to move, colleagues. You have sent us presentations. We have went through them. Please don't go slide to slide. Speak to the slides so that in that 20 minutes, perhaps we can recover 5 minutes. This is not to prejudice you, but I think in the national interest, you can use 15 minutes in the national interest. But I'm not restricting you. You still have your 20 minutes, but if you can take your skin in the game and use the 15 minutes, it will be in the national interest. Without much ado, Astron, you introduce the team you are with, then we proceed in that manner.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairpersons, Honourable Members, and all other attendees. I'm Thabit Booley, I'm the CEO of Astron Energy. I'm joined by our Chairperson of our board, Mpho Scott, as well as our General Manager, Khosiami Khwele, for sustainability and strategy. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start off by doing a quick overview of Astron Energy. Astron Energy is a fully integrated downstream oil company. I think we play in the areas of supply, manufacture, refining, storage, all the way straight into the retail. Our contributions to the economy is in excess of 110 billion. In terms of GDP, we also collect revenue for government in excess of about or close to about 300 million. And then also in terms of direct and indirect job creation, it's about 161,000 jobs, direct and indirect. We operate the second largest crude refinery here down in Milnerton. And I think we also operate the lubricants manufacturing plant in Durban. You can move on the slides, please. You can move to the next slide. Next one. This is just giving a few highlights of the, the overview of the company. We've got 100,000 barrel per day manufacturing facility refinery down here in Milnerton. We operate in 15 terminals, and we've got in excess of 800 service stations across the country. To bring us back to Island View, if you move on, please. So Astron Energy, we operate a lubricants facility at the Island View precinct, which has been manufacturing lubricants since 1955. The nature of the operations and facility are markedly different from the import, storage, and throughput model of the refined product terminals operating at IVP. The products that Astron Energy manufacture at the LNP is lubricants, which are key to functioning of heavy industries in South Africa, particularly the mining operations, which rely on proprietary, long-tested lubricants that cannot easily be replaced. You move on. So just continuing, if we look at the common infrastructure, so Astron Energy uses the common infrastructure to import base oils and does not control berth access within IVP. The manufacturing process relies on imports of base oils, components, as well as additives. Removal of import access storage would jeopardize the viability of the LNP. The LNP receives its base oils, combines its additives, then packages that into lubricants for distribution. We then, if 90% of the product that we package to customers is either via direct through a warehouse, and it's moved all across the country, and in some instances we also export some product. But I'd like to reiterate, it's a manufacturing facility. The next slide just gives it's a depiction of what I've just described, so we don't have to pause on that. I think in response to the capacity provisions for independent traders, the LNP is not designed for or capable of facilitating the movement and storage of fuels. It only handles lubricants and the components needed for their manufacture. Astron Energy does, however, facilitate appropriate third-party access at the LNP in accordance with the principles of reasonable equality of access and ensuring fair, transparent, and efficient access to all qualifying users in compliance with the National Energy Regulator of South Africa and TNPA open access frameworks. For several years, Astron Energy has made 7 of its 16 base oil tanks at the LNP available to an independent lubricants and base oil distributor. Given the relative small footprint and operational nature of the LNP, it is not feasible from a safety and product fungibility perspective to allow third-party access to the additive tanks. I'd like to reiterate the additive tanks, the manufacturing, filling lines, and finished product storage at the LNP. If we move on, I just want to share very briefly some of the contribution towards investments. Many of you will remember, you can move on the slide 11, that the then Chevron refinery in 2020 was shut down due to a fire and an explosion. I think just in that context, the refinery was successfully restarted in 2023. Astron Energy is committed to investing across its businesses. Since the transition from Chevron South Africa in 2018 to Astron Energy, we have spent 8 billion in South Africa on capital investments, including upgrades to the Milnerton crude oil refinery. And many of you may have seen our brand, which is purple and orange. So, we spent quite a bit of money in terms of the rebranding, refurbishing of the retail network. In addition, Astron Energy has committed to upgrade its Milnerton crude refinery to meet Clean Fuels 2 refined product specifications, supporting national energy security and local beneficiation at the time when other South African refineries have closed. The work is underway and construction is underway and is scheduled to be completed during 2027 at a total cost of in excess of 6 billion rand. As the LNP business has been operating on a short lease in recent years, long-term capital investment plans in efficiency improvements and growth specific to lubricants, to the lubricants plant were reduced. If we can move on in terms of the ownership, I think from an ownership point of view, Astron Energy is 32% black owned, and it is a level 1 BBBEE participant. The company employs approximately 1,000 people directly, alongside supporting indirect, as I've stated before, in terms of the indirect employment, taking into account the use of contractors at our refinery, as well as employees of our branded retail network that numbers 800 sites across the country. In terms of transformation and inclusion within our operations and supply chains, significant proportions of our fuel and lubricants operating model use local branded marketers and distributors who own and operate parts of the value chain from manufacturing gates to the end customer. The movement of product from facilities is also fully outsourced to local entities. If we consider just looking at our, let's call it, transformation profile from a workforce point of view, it's 86% black, 31% black women. In our retail network, we've got 57% managed through branded marketers with an average of 80% black ownership. More than 70% of directly managed sites are at least 25% black owned. From an enterprise and supply development point of view, 30% of fuel transport contracts are assigned to small black-owned businesses. In addition, we've supported 19 companies with over 105 million rand support. More than 74% of our procurement are from black suppliers. When it comes to our enterprise and supply development program, as stated, we've provided more than 100 million in interest-free loans and credit lines to assist black owners in building their businesses. In addition, I think it's worthwhile noting that more than 30% of our crude oil is procured from black trading companies, of which 30% of which at least 30%, a minimum of 30% are black female owned. In addition to these programs and initiatives, in 2022, Astron launched what we call our Astron Energy Development Fund to drive sustainable growth and economic development opportunities for small businesses and communities the company serves. Some of our implementation and incubation partners, like Ort SA, there we've got just some of the things that we do in that area is unemployed youth receive digital skill certifications. We look at incubating of new SMEs. We also focus on the youth. We've got we're present in 72 high schools, under-resourced communities, where we offer internships for unemployed youth. We also offer mentorship for young teen leaders. Gold graduates, if you go through the program, you receive an entrepreneurial skills training, and then if there's a micro business, for example, micro businesses, if it's hairdressing, it could be anything, dressmaking, we help you incubate through this program. We help incubate the business. The community impact that we've seen, we've targeted of 50,000 direct beneficiaries annually, As of 2024, Astron Energy has supported more than 15,800 students, 1,900 unemployed youth, 771 emerging and micro businesses, and created 336 jobs. In terms of SME support, furthermore, the Development Fund, in partnership with the Celilo Foundation, in 2024, we opened a business center in Dunoon in Cape Town to offer education and training to unemployed youth. Astron Energy, our rebranding program, which we call internally as Project Equasi, is driven through Quebetswe Design Technology, a 100% Black-owned company which manufactures Astron Energy signage locally. So all the pylons that are purple and orange that you see here, it's locally manufactured. Astron Energy invested 15 million in equipment and its distribution partner for Afro Logistics to assist with the project. And to date, we've rebranded about 630 sites. We still have about 200 to go. In partnership with OTSA, and the AEDF, we are running incubation programs for port activity-focused entrepreneurs and accelerator for SMMEs. Chair, in conclusion, I think lots of information that I went through. Astron Energy is committed to transformation and security of supply, which you can see through the investments that we've been making, specifically in the refinery as well as our retail service stations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. If we can allow Engine SA to come in.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Chair Committee members, and Honourable Mr. Minister Mantashe. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to take you through Engine South Africa and also talk about Vivo Energy. So if we can put up the slides, I will go through this. Vivo Energy operates across 28 markets in South Africa. If you can go to the next slide, please. And has been proudly operating on the African continent since 2010. We operate under the Shell, but also the Engine brands, and specifically in South Africa under the Engine brand. And here is what I'll talk about this afternoon. The next slide, please. Engine today operates over 1,000 retail sites in the country. We supply key segments of the market, be it in agriculture, automation, the auto industry, aviation, chemicals, construction, mining, and marine. We have our own blending facility for our lubricants plant and operate over 24 storage depots, and also run our own fleet of trucks with over 900 employees in this sector. Security of supply is absolutely critical for us in order to continue to sustain our business, but also to develop and grow the South African economy into new heights. This afternoon, I will talk about 3 of the questions that have been posed to us. I think Fiasa has covered 3 previous questions, so I will cover the first question, the third, and the 6th question in terms of kind of our commitment to South Africa and the economy in South Africa and to its people. If I go to the next slide, please, let me talk and start about our credentials as a company. So we've been as a BE Level 1 or Level 2 company since 2016, and we continue to invest and ensure the strength of that of our commitment to the country in that respect. Over 79%, close to 80% is spent through procurement spend goes through BE. We've got a shareholding of 21% with Pembani, but also an employee trust, which has grown from 5 to 9% to give a total ownership that will get to 30% of disadvantaged communities and people in South Africa. In terms of our employment equity, over 60% are Black, 20 colored, 12 Indian, 6 white, and 1% non-South African. So our commitment to transformation is at the front of what we do. The next slide, please. As part of that, our partner, Pembani, has been invested in Engine since 1999 and has driven with us the transformation that we've seen. They're not only committed to Engine, but also to Sibanya and many other sectors in the South African economy. Go to the next slide, please. As part of our transformation, it's not just in terms of what we do within the organization, but across the supply chain and across our retail network. We have transformed and continue to transform our retail network and our partners through historically disadvantaged South Africans with over 57% of owned sites, but also 63% of our dealer sites, with 1 out of 6 dealers being female, and we continue to invest and contribute and develop our females to run these sites. It's important to continue to do this so that the economy can grow further and improve. To the next slide, please. If I talk a little bit more in terms of overall transformation strategy, in terms of what we continue to do in our investment, and let me just call out a few of the elements that we've continued to do. Our Engine Maths and Science school program has, over the past 35 years, covered and developed over 50,000 learners, together with 10 schools, 87 feeder schools, with achieving an 82% pass rate versus a national average of 41%. We continue to invest in terms of dignity packs and keeping schools and supporting girls in schools in everything that we do. We also focus on the unemployment and the youth unemployment, and with basic computer training and helping developing the youth to ensure that they have an opportunity in life. And with that, over 50% of those students have managed to gain employment as they've evolved. As part of everything that we do, it's important that the community is close to the development. Let me now talk a little bit more about Island View and our investments and our commitments to what we're doing. As most of you will know, the refinery that Engine used to have and operate shut down in 2020. That facility used to import crude, and Island View used to be used to be able to export product and production from that facility. And then in 2020, when that facility got shut down, a huge transformation needed to take place in order to be able to convert it into an import facility. At that point in time, Island View became even more strategic, not just for Engine, but also for the industry, in terms of being able to bring product into the country and be able to throughput it into the rest of the network. Now, let me talk a little bit on the next slide in terms of the investments and what we're doing in Island View. So in the process of the last few years, we started to convert our refinery into an import storage facility, where we're spending over 9 billion rands in terms of converting crude tanks, reinstalling capacity, cleaning the facility, looking after the environmental liabilities that are there to make sure that that facility gets transformed into one that can be used for the future, not just by Engine, but as part of the Pipelines Act and as part of NERSA, once it's available to make access to other third parties to be able to throughput and use. So our commitment in terms of developing the infrastructure in South Africa is there. We're not just talking about it, we're actually doing it. If we go to the next slide, please. I think we can skip this. I think I've covered it. If we go to the next slide. One of the other changes that we're doing, and I think we've heard many people talk about the congestion that is happening in Island View today, in terms of being able to discharge vessels and be able to evacuate products safely and quickly through the Island Precinct. We have invested, or in the process of investing, on a new loading arm on berth 5. Today, we can discharge across berth 6, 7, and 8, but the capacity there is very constrained and causes delays in order to discharge vessels. That adds cost to the economy because of the demurrage that is suffered, and our investment in berth 5 will allow that to be unblocked later next year. Our view is that that will create the capacity that will help others to be able to also import into the country. Again, this is an investment that Engine has decided to do to be able to develop the facilities across the Durban precinct. If I just may add, as part of the commitments that we've had across the Section 79, but also prior to that, we've also handed back over 20,000 hectares of land in Island View in order for this to be offered by TMPA as part of the Section 56, so that it can actually be used for other purposes. Let me conclude with a couple of final slides in terms of the investment that we're doing. If we can go to, yes, thank you. Why do we believe that this investment is needed? We fully agree all the comments that have been made around security of supply. But I think it's important to understand that security of supply is about the ability to store and make product available when it's needed. Yes, there's an important role about refining, an important role about crude production, but I think the most important piece about it is ensuring that fuel is available when consumers and customers are needing it, when industry is needing it, so that they can actually utilize it and use it. Hence why we're developing and investing to turn around the facility that we have in Durban to do that. The criticality of the Island View precinct is it is important to throughput into that facility in Durban, but also more importantly to throughput into the NMPP, into the Gauteng market, which is the largest market in South Africa. Island View is not a storage facility. The moment that we store product and hold product there, I would articulate it in a better way. It's actually how you clog up your heart and then will suffer from a stroke. So it's important that that facility for across the whole industry remains fluid and allows product to flow through. And in concluding, I think this transformation that we're in will then allow us to be able to invest, into other projects. We're also looking in terms of how do we ensure the broader energy security for South Africa by looking into projects around gas to power and LNG project into our facility in Durban. We have had discussions and have been granted a SIP status in the gas to power project. We're also looking at developing solar activities across the country in order to be able to give people who've got access to energy in a cheaper and safer way. And finally, looking at the opportunities, although probably a little bit more complicated, around how do we develop the LPG infrastructure, given the natural shortage of LPG into the country. The final slide has got an overview of our facility in Durban in terms of how we're investing and how we're trying to transform and actually create a much more deeper facility in order to be able to secure the future of not only our business, but the security of supply for South Africa. Mr. Chair, Chair members of the committee, Mr. Mantashe, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mantashe, why are you waving? Want to speak? Okay. Overpack, it's you now. Thanks, Engine, for being quick. Just a minute. Mshabele?
Yes, Chair, just a point of clarity. All these companies, are they going to be just telling us about their company profiles or dealing with Island View specifically? Can we just get to the issue so that we can push time out, so that we don't go through profile and too much detail? Can we just get so that we can have enough time for questions? More important is our engagement with the organization and the companies presenting. So if they can just give us snapshots of their crisis or issues or interest, and then we can then get the meat and then maybe go forward.
Yeah, I think it's what I've earlier indicated, that we have the presentations. For sure, you would have read the presentation, but they are speaking to them. But it's important for us to then have context of what they're actually dealing with, so that we do not chase what we do not know. So let's not prejudice them. We're almost at the tail end. I understand, but we are almost there. Thanks very much. Let's proceed.
Good afternoon to the Honourable Chairpersons and Honourable Minister Montashe and the rest of the House. I'm Oliver Naidu. I'm the President of VOPEC South Africa. I'm accompanied by Bongiwe Mtobeni, who is my HR Director and also a VOPEC South Africa board member. If you go through the slides, if you can just put the slides up. I firstly want to just explain the operating model of VOPEC. We're an independent storage company, and I think the approach that we take is that we don't own the molecule, but we are a provider that facilitates the infrastructure so that new entrants can come in and make sure that we are independent from the molecule so that the molecule can move through our system without us being involved in the ownership of the molecule. We provide a safe, clean, flexible, efficient storage. And the key one for us is our independence is about being open. It's about fair. It's about non-discriminatory approaches that we're taking so that we can allow everyone that will want to access our facility to have the opportunity to come and be part of the process. You can go to the next slide. Currently, over the period of time, we are now 50% transformed in terms of new entrants that we bring. And Mr. Chair, I just want to explain the key components of the model, which I'm just going off from the slides. I think it's very important to understand how this model works for us to understand how to optimize the parts of the model so that the integration at Island View works. There are 5 key areas to understand how you need to access and be a participant in Island View. There's the issue about access. With access, you've got to have connectivity. With connectivity, you've got to have discharge. With discharge, you've got to have storage. And with storage, you've got to have evacuation. The challenge that is normally faced at Island View is that you can have a storage contract, but you don't have an evacuation approach. You can have a storage contract, but you'll never have the ability to access. I think the model that we are playing and in our Section 79 application is to play that independent role so that the access, the connectivity, the discharge, the storage, and the evacuation of this product through current and new entrants that can approach us will be part of the process. The way that we approach economic transformation, if you can go to the next slide, is enabling that market access. Our BE ownership is 30% by a Black-owned partner that we have, and we're currently a level 1 BE player. If you go to the next slide, there are 3 areas that I want to cover. Our contracting is very transparent. We have various options as a new entrant of how you can come today and approach us in terms of the various commercial options that you can then have access. And I think this is working very closely with TNPA on the access part and the berth connectivity, we're working very closely with TPL in terms of the evacuation. And as the new entrant or the current customers that we have will come to bring product into Island View, the relationship between TNPA, the relationship between VOPEC, the relationship between TPL and the customer plays an integral role in how the commercial construct is constructed and applied to enable current and new entrants to come through Island View. We adhere to NERSA requirements, and in terms of our tariff is regulated through a NERSA structure, and we also report on this to NERSA so that we are transparent in terms of our commercial principles and the pricing that we offer to customers. If you go to our domestic investments, we invested over 6 billion in upgrades to our terminal. We have a terminal in Island View in Durban. We also have a terminal at Gauteng at Lesedi. These investments enable customers to have an approach where you can bring products into the Island View terminal work through TPL in terms of evacuation, and you can then take the product up to Gauteng. So we have a view in terms of the Durban access and the Gauteng access, which acts as one terminal that is totally integrated. I think the other big investment that we have, which I didn't put on the slide, but I can mention, which is also the security of gas supply. We have a JV with TPL, and we're currently in the final stages of launching our FEED decision for the first LNG terminal in Richards Bay that also plays a key role and investment into South Africa of security of gas supply. So what does the impact of the Section 79 directive imply for us as Vopak South Africa? For us, it means a few things. Firstly, the investment that you need into the country. We believe with the trajectory that we had in terms of having access to the terminal, both for our current customers and new entrants, we want to further invest. And one of the big projects that we're busy launching into a FEED decision is the jet fuel project at Island View, which can also alleviate the challenges that we have with jet fuel. And I think that uncertainty that not having a Section 79 brings to you an investment plays a critical role as you report into your board structures and you make your 5- and 10-year capital investments into the country. If you can go to the next slide, some quick notes on BE and transformation. As I've mentioned, we are a level 1 BE player in this country. We are 30% black owned, 94% of our leadership are black employees, of which 67% are black female, and 50% of our executive management are black females. We're also very proud to say that our terminal operated at Lesedi is 100% black and 53% operated by females at our Lesedi terminal at Gauteng. In summary, we want to be a partner in transformation. We want to ensure in terms of our security and growth in the country. And let me recap the model that we are very key in applying and getting approval of our Section 79 is to really understand the parts of access, to understand connectivity, to understand storage, to the discharge and the storage and the evacuation. And Mr. Chair, with that model that we bring to the table and being part of the industry, I think it's critical for us to proceed in finalizing our Section 79. And we look forward to being a key contributor to the security of supply and the economic growth of our country. Thank you.
You are a good South African. Yeah. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, thanks very much for being such a good South African. Bidvest? Montana. Hey, Madun. We're more Montana. You have seen what it means to be a good South African.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister Mantashe, Honorable Chairs of the other committees and the honorable members, good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to come and present and contribute to this process. My name is Wiseman Madinane. I am the chairman of Island View Storage, trading as Bidvest Tank Terminals. I'm also the chief executive of Bidvest Freight, one of the 6 divisions of the Bidvest Group. I'm also a member of the executive committee of the Bidvest Group. About the Island View, so we've followed the questions that have been asked. I've got a colleague of mine, David Lazagang, who's the managing director of Bidvest Tank Terminals. He will come and talk to the 6 questions that we've been asked to address, and we'll stick to that script. We'll try and give you back a few minutes, Chair. So Bidvest Tank Terminal is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Bidvest Group, and maybe a little bit about the Bidvest Group. It's a proudly South African company listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, so all of us here can afford a Bidvest share. The black voting rights at the board is over 50%, it's 50.27. The black women voting rights at the board is 22.99. Management control, economic interest is 38% black. We have 45% female employees at Bidvest. We have 37% African representation, and we spend 87% of our procurement to level 1 to 4 BBBEE contributors. PTT is a South African company and is a level 2 BBBEE contributor. PTT provides employment of to over 800 South Africans, excluding contractors who come from time to time to support us with maintenance work and so on. PTT is an independent liquid terminal company that only handles and stores product that is owned by its customers. So we don't trade in the products. PTT handles and stores its customers' bulk liquid products and gases in the ports of Richards Bay, Durban, and Isando. From its tanks, PTT loads, unloads rail and road vehicles, and then unloads and loads the ships. Logistics management of ships, rail and road vehicles is done by PTT's customers. PTT is an integral to the supply chain of South African importers and exporters. Chair, I just want to make another point that PTT does not store or handle fuel in Island View, and therefore no party to the Island View fuel storage. I also want to make a point, Chair, that PTT does not handle or store NESA-regulated products and has no NESA-licensed tanks in Island View. I will then ask my colleague David Lezegang to just go through the 6 questions that we've been asked to speak to, and he will then conclude our presentation. Thank you.
The colleague.
Thank you for having us here today. Honourable Chairman, Honourable Chairs, Honourable Minister Mantashe, and Honourable Members, thank you. As Mr. Madanani mentioned, BTT does not store or handle fuel in the Island View precinct. BTT handles chemicals, vegetable oils, and lubricants in Island View. And those products are integral to many industries in South Africa, including manufacturing, mining, transport, agriculture, and food production. As a result of the fact that BTT is not handle fuel that is not connected to the NMPP pipeline, BTT handles a complicated suite of 115 types of products, and therefore its tanks are not large fuel import tanks like the other companies that we've heard from today, but those tanks are smaller and are specifically designed to handle the chemicals that it handles on behalf of its customers. To foster economic transformation and inclusion in South Africa, BTT has allocated 20% or over 20%, over 80,000 cubic meters of its capacity in Island View to new entrants recently, and over 50% of BTT's capacity in Island View is currently used by BEE level 1 and level 2 customers. As part of the Section 79 directive, BTT has committed to 2 things in terms of capital expenditure. It is committed to spend 1.4 billion in expanding and upgrading its facilities in Island View, and it's also agreed to the handover to TNPA at nil value the infrastructure that the company owns and operates in Island View, and that infrastructure has a replacement cost of approximately 6 billion rand. The one question that was asked of us is what is the impact of a Section 56 process rather than a Section 79 process? To us, that's simple. A Section 56 process in our industry and the industries we serve could cause instability, and that would result in those businesses feeling unstable. The benefit is the certainty of lease tenure and the commitment to investment. The new investment will result in additional capacity, improved efficiency, and improved safety. As Mr. Maranani mentioned, BTT is a subsidiary of the Bidvest Group. It is a level 2 BEE contributor, and it has more than 50% black ownership. In terms of our management, over 52% of our management are African black, and over 40% of our management are females. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sweet and straightforward. Now, Unico. I hope you are fine now, Chairman.
Just maybe to clarify. I think on the second last line, the gentleman said something very interesting, that BTT agrees or is prepared to hand over to TNPA the 26 billion facility infrastructure. I hear that correct?
If you can speak to that mic quickly so that we don't bank it.
So at the end of the terminal operator license that we're currently negotiating, the ownership of those tanks will fall to TNPA.
Okay. No, thanks very much. Honorable Fefe, you want to be Honorable Chrissy? You want to be Honorable Chrissy now? Yeah, over to you. Yeah, I think the honorable member is disruptive to Honorable Mantashe, who is listening attentively to the entity. Yeah. Over to you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Narusha Singh Maharaj. I am a director at Unico TEC, and today I am joined by the rest of my board, which is the board chair, Connie Mashaba, our CEO, Akhtar Deshmukh, and director, Brett Sharman. May I please have a slide?
We've seen other... Oh, okay. Thank you.
Next slide, please. A brief introduction of Unico TEC. We are a 51% Black-owned Level 1 triple BE company, specializing in the blending, storage, toll filling, packaging, and distribution of engine coolants, brake fluid, AdBlue, and oils. Those products are essential to the automotive industry as well as the mining industry. Unico TEC has been owned by the Energy Company since 2020. May I please have slide 7, which will address the questions that we have been asked to answer today. Thank you. Sorry, it's a slide on commitment to fostering economic transformation. There we go. Thank you. So we have a potential customer partnership on bulk liquid storage, which is a Level 1 triple BE Black woman-owned company. As Unico has 23 storage tanks that are for highly specialized products, we can see that on the next slide, we have a total of 5,185.3 cubic meters. Next slide, please. Our mechanisms in place to report available storage capacity to NERSA Unico TEC is not a NERSA-regulated company, as currently we do not have regulated products that are being stored. However, we are happy to approach NERSA to apply should that be a requirement. Next slide, please. Domestic investment commitments as part of the lease agreements being negotiated. We are working towards infrastructure modernization, where we have projects to spend 500,000 Rand a year on asbestos replacement, 750,000 Rand on a facility upgrade, 2 million Rand laboratory expansion, gantry expansion, and also an AdBlue manufacturing plant expansion, and a 1 million Rand oil filling plant. We have also invested in a 3,000 square meters Clearwood facility to reduce port congestion where we store our products. We also have a 10 million Rand capex investment on a Burt line upgrade and 5 million Rand annual maintenance. Reasons as to why ownership of the storage capacity has not been transferred to the state is that Unico has operated under a lease from TNPA, and the agreement was that tanks belong to Unico and would be removed if we had to vacate the premise. However, there are now discussions regarding transfer of storage capacity to the state, and this will be addressed in the new lease, where assets will be transferred to Transnet once the lease expires. In terms of the impact of Section 79 directive versus the open tender, so Unico has had to still submit a business case and transformation plan to highlight the importance of our business requiring the premises in Island View. With this directive implementing a 25-year lease, we are now able to proceed with our growth plans and investments in the plant. We have also been provided with certainty after 11 years of delay, and this will enable long-term investments and job retentions, and that's more than 60 jobs. We also will be able to secure continuity for our customers and to avoid disruptions to supply chain. We also support national transformation and energy security. And finally, on to the elements contributing to our current BEE levels and our ownership and management structure. As mentioned earlier, we are level 1 triple BEE. We have successfully maintained that over the past 3 years. 51% Black owned, with 19.74% being Black women owned. 2 directors that are under the age of 40, and we have an average management age of 43. I fall under that category, and I started off at Unico years ago as an intern, having studied analytical chemistry, further developed and mentored thereafter into the commercial aspects of the business, and I was appointed as director in 2020. Our staff complement has grown from 25 to 55 in that 5-year period. 76% of our staff are under 40, who are part of an annual training and skills matrix. Our goal is to maintain level 1 and to expand on empowerment partnerships. Thank you.
Proper stuff. Straight to the point. We're going now to take HRSA. Yeah, human resources, South Africa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, co-chairs, Minister Mantashe, honourable members of the House. We do have a presentation pack, if that could be put on the screen, and I will ask that we go straight to page 4. The slide you're looking at just gives you a little bit of a view of where we fit into the Island View precinct. We operate a site that's about 6,900 square meters. We are a chemical manufacturing company that services the chemicals industry as well as the lubricants industry. So our storage hub in Durban is about our manufacturing process. So it helps us with our manufacturing. Chemical sector is not regulated by NERSA currently, and we are a chemical manufacturer. You go to the next slide. I'll keep this very brief. The model for our value chain is the importation of raw materials via the ports. This can come in via containers, but also liquid bulk coming through the various terminals. These molecules transferred to our storage tanks located within Island View. We convert these molecules into finished products. Finished products are then stored either in tanks and distributed to the market, or packed at alternative sites if it's mixed bulk. And then, of course, we use the coastal system to send our products out via into the rest of Africa. The sourcing model has changed over the years. We were quite reliant on the Saprif refinery. We used to receive molecules from the Saprif refinery directly via the various pipelines into the terminal that we operate, or via alternative terminals in the Island View precinct. Nowadays, we focus a lot on liquid bulk via the berths, which are transferred directly into our own tanks, or via the tank system and the terminal system that exists around us. And then, of course, we exit products then via containers out of the Pier 2 system or into the road network in South Africa. Our core markets are quite diverse. Many of you would have never heard of H&R before, but I can assure you, you've probably engaged with our products over the years. So we are an integral part to the automotive sector in the support of the independent lubricants segment, as well as the manufacturing of lubricants, as well as the tire rubber segment, where the local manufacturing of tires are quite dependent on the materials that we manufacture and handle through our terminal. Personal care and consumer goods is another major article that we are looking after. And during the COVID period, H&R operated about 50% of our business throughout the lockdowns from the first moment, because these were deemed to be molecules that had a national interest to it. Other areas that are of particular interest now is the citrus industry, highly reliant on the molecules that we manufacture, and we know that that is for the South African export program quite important, as well as the road building and electrical distribution segment. We can skip to the next slide and go straight to the responses, and that'll be on page 8. Thank you. So this is just a little outline. The question was around the access to berths and pipelines. Well, the berths are common user berths operated by the port. It falls directly under the port's purview, but the cargo owners effectively discuss how ships should be brought in so that congestion is minimized. But the overall system is controlled by the harbour master and the port management system. The back of port terminals that connect these terminals are all handled via pipelines, but these pipelines really is just a method to move molecules around. So they are just there to move the molecules from one state to the other. Slide number 9, please. So again, I will point out that we're a chemicals terminal, so we import raw materials. These are stored for use as components. We use them in the manufacturing process, a conversion process, and then we distribute it to customers who often actually use these molecules in their processes. This is not regulated by NERSA, which is a little bit different from some of the other presentations we've heard, which relies on tank capacity and the distribution of fuel supply. So we have, in our Section 79 application, we have set out some opportunities. Now, the scale is a little bit different from some of the other presentations we've heard, but we have set ourselves a target to think about how can we foster the transformation and inclusion process. In the site that we occupy, there's an old, disused warehouse. It's impractical to be operated, and we have included that as our application to take over that warehouse to enable us to build additional storage facilities there. So these facilities then would enhance the capability of the site, and we have estimated that we can make available a substantial portion of that to the external market, provided that these molecules are compatible, safe to handle, fit in with our license that we operate. So we have earmarked about 5% of that for conversion to the units. alternative industries. I think we also see an opportunity that during the upgrade process, a lot of tankage that is non-optimal for the site's scale will be made available to small entrants, either into the chemicals industry or into the lubricants industry. And we see the opportunity there to support a business to start up and utilize those molecules. A third element to this is that we will also be able to handle all of our cargoes now directly. And this will indirectly release access to storage that we have rented in the commercial space. So this will enable, I guess, the commercial storage agents then to consider those tanks then available for other units. And then during the construction process, we will, of course, utilize SMEs to help us develop the space. And we will seek to also create new opportunities for chemical entrants into our value chain directly on the site or aligned to our business as a result of this enhanced capacity. We can move next slide. So again, to reiterate, a chemical company not currently regulated by NERSA. Third-party storage is available in the market for chemicals, and these are negotiated on commercial terms. So we ourselves make use of these storage facilities at the moment because we haven't been able to necessarily increase our capacity. And then as a condition of operating within the port, there's regular oversight by the TMPA on all matters safety, but also on the performance of your facility from an operational perspective. So we have to hit the efficiency targets that are mandated. Slide 11, please. This cuts to the heart about the commitments that we've made as a result of the application for Section 79. We have proposed an investment program of 184 million rand, 183 million rand over the 25-year horizon, with most of it coming in the first 5 years. This is not the statutory and maintenance stuff. We've done the statutory and maintenance to operate the site, so we will continue to do that at a rate of about 7 to 10 million per 5-year window, but we are talking new infrastructure, enhanced capacity. And I think the point was made that this investment in expansion then will see the improvement of the manufacturing process and the industries that we support. We can go to the next slide, please. The question was around the transfer of terminal assets, and the port is the landlord or acts as the landlord and operates the port infrastructure. That's everything up to the quayside to ensure that that vessels can be handled, and then terminal operators look after the terminal infrastructure. That's what we need to store, transfer, or move molecules. Now, in H&R's current situation, we have already handed over all of the current immovable assets that are on the site. So we'd already handed these over. And then as a routine measure, we communicate any additional assets that are procured to the site. We communicate that and it goes onto a new asset register. So we are in regular dialogue with this. I think a key point is that the provision under the Minister's Section 79 ruling or directive was that the infrastructure that is invested in will vest with TMPA at the end of a 25-year period, as was mentioned earlier, compensation to be agreed by the parties. We can go to the next slide. A little bit about the history. So we've operated the site for 20 years. Initially, when H&R acquired the site, there was a 10-year lease duration, but since then it has been short extensions, and so that's limited the ability to invest in the site. I think most recently we had a three-year lease, but that was always with the condition that a Section 56 might continue, and it hasn't really allowed the investment in new capacity over this period. And then we were also on a month-to-month basis for an extended period of time. Next slide, thank you. So again, just to reiterate, our business is substantially different from the fuels industry, where finished products are brought in, handled through the port system, and evacuated to where the market is, where the chemical manufacturers bring these molecules in, store them until they can be processed, move them to the market where they're then consumed into other critical products. As I said, the closure of the SAPREF refinery had quite a significant impact on our business, and we had to move to a full import basis. We would really be pleased if the SAPREF refinery was restarted and enabled the drawdown of some of those specialty molecules outside of the fuel, really down at the end of the value chain. So that would be interesting business. We do not operate in the fuel sector, therefore, and at this point, there's no intention for us to operate in that segment. Our current business requires us to invest, and we believe the Section 79 with this extended lease period allows us to invest in critical equipment that we need to grow our business. But of course, if you don't have that, it's very difficult to justify the funding that you are requiring. We can go to slide 15. Chairperson's time is still okay, I think. Just under our application to the Minister under the Section 79 had two themes. One was critical chemicals. Our chemicals of critical to the KZN and South African manufacturing industries. So we had a lot of customers who were really worried about this process, and they also supported our application to the Minister because it is, in our view, important for the economy. Then we are also connected to other terminal equipment. So we applied under two specific principles. Slide 16, very brief now. We believe that the Section 79 directive in our favor promotes the national strategic and economic interests of the country. The chemical sector is an important part of the employment of this country and an important economic asset for the country. So we believe it's important. If the Section 79 was not allowed, we think that this could lead to a number of negative outcomes to the local chemical industry, potential closure of capacity in the country, loss of jobs, of course, and a potentially shortage of manufactured products. So we think it was the right call. Under the Section 56, if we had to go with Section 56, it was very difficult for us to know whether we would be successful in applying. Hence, we couldn't invest. And if the Section 56 did not go in our favor, we would have to vacate the premises. With that means disruption to the market. It's almost impossible to do that without any disruption. And this would see very, very important impacts in the local economy of KZN, of Durban, but also the rest of South Africa and indeed Africa. Our products are critical to sustainable operation of a variety of strategic industries. And then finally, I think the Section 79 now enables us to invest in capacity. It enables us then to look to further job creation and business growth, which is also good for the economy. And then finally, wanted to spend a moment on the next slide, please. This is about the transformation of our business. So presented you with a little timeline there. We started our BE journey in 2008, and our first scorecard under the so-called 2008 codes was non-compliant. So we had a very long way to go, and it was very difficult. So up to 2018, we were probably teetering between a level 6 and a level 7 or non-compliant. And it's then after 2018 that we moved to a level 4. That was with the introduction of ownership structure. And we've also then started really heavily focusing on the skills development and procurement aspects of the BE scorecard. And then in 2023, we first achieved a level 3. And this is now because we've been taking seriously also the changes in management control and then continued focus on skills development and procurement. So those are the stats of our business. Currently 60% black owned, 47% black female owned, 18% black youth. The South African board is represented 75% by black people, and black women represent 50% within our board. The business employs a relatively modest group of people, small compact business. but we are 84 impacted employees with about 70 being full-time. And the breakdown is much as what I've seen from previous colleagues. But I think the important thing is that we are trying to work quite hard on the transformation of the management state of our business. So within our various levels of management, that's now at 63% of employees in our senior management roles. We take great pride in the skills development activities that we engage in. And so this year, together with Cheetah, the Durban Chemicals Cluster, as well as the SA German Chamber of Commerce, we launched a new chemical program, dual vocational chemical program. We were one of the founding companies to start that program, and we hope that next year this will continue. That's in addition to a number of other activities that we do along ST and ED within our extended value chain. We are a regular participant in support of schools within our neighboring communities. And we also actively participate within KZN and with the partnership of eThekwini Municipality and the Durban Chemicals Cluster in developing small, medium-sized entrepreneurships that focus on the chemical industry. The business is growing, and we have committed to continue to look for employment and to create new employment. We are currently at level 3, but in our application to the minister, we have also said that we would target a level 2, and that's going to be mostly focused on bursaries, youth employment, as well as further enhancement of our senior leadership demographic. And then finally, in conclusion, honourable members, we believe that our business and our operations are critical to the local manufacturing industries and the sustainability thereof, and therefore we believe it's within the national economic interest that we remain in Island View. We plan to invest in new infrastructure to the site over the period of extended lease. We continue to focus on sustainable transformational objectives aligned with the national interest. Opportunities for improvement will be leveraged over the life of this lease, new assets, and during the construction phases. We will continue to contribute positively to the communities surrounding our business, and we intend to contribute further to employment as we grow our business. And then we believe that we're also playing a very active role within transformation in the broader economy in KZN through our leadership within the Durban Chemicals Cluster. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks very much. Honourable Montana, you are standing on a standby. You want to take on behalf of Camilio? Emilio? High tech.
Good afternoon, Honourable Ministers, Chairperson, Mr. Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow stakeholders, and members of the public. I am Narisha Mudli. I am the Vice President of the Chemicals segment at AECI Limited, and I'm here with my colleagues at your invitation. The Chem Oleo lease falls under the specialty chemicals business, which forms part of my portfolio. Some members will know of AECI Limited as the JSE-listed mining services and chemicals manufacturing business with a presence in more than 20 countries. Last year, we celebrated our centenary anniversary as a homegrown South African manufacturer. Our largest shareholder is the Public Investment Corporation with approximately 18%. Chem Oleo has a small tank farm at the IVP, representing, from what I understand, to be about 0.3% of the bulk storage capacity in the IVP. The facility is used to import white mineral oils at for processing near our Jacobs site. It is not suitable for storage of low flashpoint fuels and solvents, having been designed for the import of high flashpoint minerals and vegetable oils. We have provided a presentation, which I understand has been made available to the members with more detail, and in the interest of time, I would like to emphasize the following. AECI is a level 3 BBBEE contributor with a clear pathway to level 2. We are supportive of making excess capacity available to third parties and supportive of a framework which allows a clear process to make capacity available to new entrants. We support the Section 79 process insofar as it establishes the security of tenure necessary to support further investment and acknowledge the need for that process to address the legitimate concerns and requirements of the new entrants. Thank you, Chairman. We forego our time and record our commitment to assisting wherever possible in a constructive and productive engagement going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've exhausted presentations now. We're going to allow, and I'm not sure whether members will still want to ask questions, but if they are, I'm going to allow it. Yeah. Chabele?
Who are we asking questions to now?
Whoever you feel like asking, you can ask me, like you just did. Yeah, either to the presenters or to, given the new information, and I think this is what I was arguing earlier on, but not to argue that point again. Honorable, yeah, Mani?
Okay, Chair, maybe the question is to you.
Yeah.
That now that the presenters, in fact, it's a point that Honorable Mondana had made. Now that the industry has basically, I think what the industry has just done now is almost like a Dias Mkhunu arrangement. Dias does some kind of research, whatever she does on her own. She writes a letter to Minister Mkhunu. Minister Mkhunu takes that letter and makes it his own and issues a directive to disband PKTT. So that's what we've heard here. So what the industry has just told us, what that industry has told us is that they...
Honorable Mani,
I'm making the question now.
Yeah.
The industry has just told us that what they have done, they've actually at their own instance did the application and applied to the minister. And we have nothing presented to us here that shows that the minister had done her own independent research, risk assessment, and everything else in order to ensure that the Section 79 meets the legal requirements, as it were. So she took all the contributions that came from the private sector and they made it her own, and then issued the directive. So the industry has actually has exposed that the minister acted unlawfully, as it were, because she's supposed to act on her own independent assessment. This is not independent assessment. This is being bulldozed by private sector to say, we want Section 79, Section 56 is a waste of time, is uncertainty and all of that. But that's the law of this country. It's a default position, Section 56. So what we've heard today is evidence of how the law has been broken. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, you'll come in, Honorable Mklaul, because the question was directed to the chair here. And I don't think it was a question per se, but rather a comment. I must say it would be unfair to arrive at that determination that having listened just to the part of what, and I think is the industry, what they would have said. You would remember the minister would have said earlier on that there is a set of answers that would have given a rationale over and above the fact that the industry would have returned to her. From the beginning, we have been able to be privileged with some of the reasons, which I don't want to waste time. I think what I would say is that you still have time to access that particular package, which I think the Secretariat will then be able to favor you. And then will then be able to see some of those particular reasons that she would have advanced. And from there, because at this point, we are not conclusive of the process, you can then be able to have an opportune moment after applying your mind and making a determination now with full sets of evidence before you and arrive at whatever determination you're able to arrive at. In that order, Mkondo? Yes. Yeah. The platform is yours. I thought you want to say something.
Thank you. I'd like to assist the chair.
No, the chair is fully assisted by 4 chairs here. Yeah. So if it's about assisting the chair, allow me to pass you so that I allow all Honorable Mtaule to assist me.
Yeah. Chair, I think it's been a long day. Maybe we should begin to make recommendations based on the 3 different days that we've received presentations here. Because I think by now, I think we understand the nature of the problem. The nature of the problem is that there is not enough facilities, whether it is birth age or tanking in the country, that we should therefore have discussions in terms of, one, how the TNPA is going to assist industry going forward. How do we deal with the leases that expired they were there from 1955 when some people were writing the Freedom Charter, others were issuing leases. And then those leases have expired. So when those leases expired, we're not hearing what has happened to that asset base. It was supposed to revert to the TNPA so that the regulatory asset base of the TNPA would now have increased because those assets have reverted to it. And then when we then start a new process, we're starting with those assets having gone back to the state. We're not hearing that. So that's one set of issues that we need to deal with. The other set of issues is that the Black empowerment or the Black owners of projects that want to do certain things in this industry have not been attended to. They are crying that either at Island View or at Ambrose Park, they need facilities either to create tank farms or to have gantries and berths so that product can come in for Black empowerment. So there is a shortage in as far as that is concerned. And then the third thing is this process of Section 79, which seems to have defects in the manner and way in which it has been dealt with. The fuel industry, I used to know them when they were called Sapia. I think they've changed their name. They say, look, we made an application and we said this is what is convenient for us. But when you look at the National Ports Act 13 of 2005, you then can see that the Section 79(2), there are defects in the manner and way in which these issues have been dealt with. And I think the polite thing that we asked earlier of the minister was that she must withdraw this 79.2 so that we can deal with those defects. And then from there, then help the country to be propelled forward. Thank you.
Honorable Chamberlain, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Chair, thank you so much. I think, one, let's take this moment really to truly appreciate the length at which the various operators of the terminal have actually gone to giving us the position and the insights and the great work they've been doing at the terminal. And appreciate really the extent of which information was shared, which much of it, because we are specialists or experts in the space, wasn't really entirely new, but it was appreciated in the sense that certain changes could be confirmed. Chair, maybe to help the process, because I think we need to come out to a resolution. You called us on a joint level in order to give and combine our heads and put together some kind of a resolutory way forward. We were not called here to be spectators or to watch the process unfold, and later on we dispute it outside this forum. This is the People's Parliament where we should be talking openly, so maybe we should assist the process in going forward. Already there's been a couple of way forward which has been proposed that it may seem as if, not conclusively so, but it may seem as if there's been critical steps. In one of my sessions, I did mention that I think there were processes which were skipped, which were quite critical, and as a result needed to be revisited. You know, so we are not trying to throw out the process, but we're saying it needs to be guided properly. And in this case, you need to guide us, Chair, so that we can give you either inputs or we can say, you know, this was just a rubber stamping process. Because if you brought it for us to just be presented to and then move it on to the next stage, then it's undermining the process that was supposed to be achieved. So we would appreciate if we can give key resolutory inputs on our sides and comments. And if that is not appreciated, maybe for the next few minutes to close up this thing, just make us discuss, because it's a house, you know, so that we can come up to something. But other than that, I take a bit of a strange offense in the sense that this is the Minister of Transport session, and you have a Minister of Minerals present without the Minister of Transport. We were not given the, you know, reasons as to the Minister's absence, because, you know, but in any way, this is her process. You needed to carry it strong for us to come to a conclusion. But other than that, maybe give us the space to give us our views. We that just to give inputs.
Yeah, look, first and foremost, maybe the starting shot should be, this is not Minister of Transport session, it's our session. We must move from that premise. We had convened, and we need to appreciate both Minister Mantashe and Minister Cressy for having availed themselves, Minister Cressy, to come here before us and avail all the information. And I think they traveled the journey with us. I mean, this is for the third time we're meeting with them now, just on this subject. And I imagine that there are other equally contending or competing responsibilities that they would have availed themselves to. What is important at this particular point is for members, just like Honorable Kama would have done, to make your own recommendation on what you think should happen. And then obviously that will be subjected to the collective view of the chairs in terms of giving direction on what must happen. And then we'll then take it from there. Yeah. If there is any member who want to say something on the matter, no, you're going to come, Honorable Mtaule. I want members to be exhaustive so that you guys can then, you colleagues can then be able to give direction. Honorable Maduna, Honorable Lufefe, you'll start, Honorable Lufefe.
No, can I just propose, Chair, that we take an approach of each committee consolidates its recommendation, and those recommendations are consolidated for every committee into the report that are going to present to Parliament. So members, individually in their committees, must submit recommendations, and those recommendations consolidated by the chairs, and we are given a report for consolidation. I think that for me, Chair, is not as tedious as single members individually giving recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Maduna, you wanted to say something?
No, Chair, I think we must agree with that view. It will help us.
Honorable Mtlawule?
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe, Chair, in future, you must encourage members to reject an apology in the beginning of the meeting. If they feel an apology is not correct. Minister Chrissy apologized before the meeting started. I just wanted to pass there. This view is not correct, Chair, how we must summarize the meeting. As chairpersons here, we have been jotting down the issues that have been raised, and we wish to propose a way forward and recommendations to the members. And we put it out there, and members must add or subtract or agree or disagree with what would have been summarized to them. And then we make that the summary of the meeting. The secretariat that we have as 5 committees are well capable of producing a report that the Chair Masina will call us again to adopt the report before it goes to the House. I think that's a sensible way of dealing with the joint meeting of this kind. If we can allow the summary that has been consolidated here to be read to honorable members, and honorable members make additions to that so that we enrich it and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. You see, I don't want to suppress you, Honorable Montana, because, yeah. But by the time I wanted, that's why I kept on suppressing Honorable Mtlawule so that I allow you colleagues to speak, because at a point when I would want them to speak, I wouldn't want anyone to then speak after that, because then otherwise the meeting will not be led. You know, you don't have to support him. He's well supported, like I said. He has a strong support structure. But allow me just with due respect to just suppress you, because otherwise we're going to go back and forth. Other members will still want to come in and so forth. Honorable Lewete, you want to say something? Or maybe let me just rule on this particular proposal in line with what Honorable Mtlawule said. We can't call a meeting, and at a point when we are supposed to resolve or make recommendation, we run away and say we'll make them separately when we are here together. So Honorable Mtlawule is right. We are going to have to give a recommendation on what must be the direction going forward. And then, I think Honorable Chairs will speak, and then Honorable Masina, you'll be the last to speak after them. We'll start from Honorable Lewete, and then we'll end this side. And then from there, you'll then come in, Honorable Masina, and then I'll then close in that order.
Just a clarity. There's 2 processes. You said the chairs are going to give the summary.
Yes.
And the members can then debate.
No.
Or comment. Or are you saying the chairs will comment on behalf of members?
I had long opened a session, colleagues, for members to speak. I don't know how many times I called, and I think, like I said, Honorable Gama has actually started doing that. And Honorable Lufefe did that. And Honorable Maduna aligned with what Honorable Lufefe has said. So I don't know at what point.
Then I think you missed my input, because I asked in my input, can we give comments or resolutory way forward? I was very clear and succinct. And I don't think you did incorporate that in the understanding. So I asked if we can make comments. I was not answered on that.
In actual fact, the opportunity you used to ask whether you must make comment, it was an opportunity for you to make comment. I don't know if you get my point, because in terms, we are working in terms of the program, and the program is clear in terms of what must happen, and this is the program that we have directed. We were on the last item in terms of questions and inputs, and I would have expected you either to ask a question or to or make an input and or to do both. But unless you feel that there is a recommendation you want to make that we must not close, I'm going to give you that particular room. If you could.
Okay.
Straight to the point.
I think me and other members would like to make comments. I'll make my comment.
Don't speak in representative capacity. You don't have that. Only the chair has that responsibility.
No, I'll make my comments. One, just on a summary on this thing, we're heading for almost an ice pick situation here. We've got a crisis with RBCT, which is the Richards Bay Coal Terminal challenge, whereby you have majors who are currently allocation holders that are currently sitting with a huge concession of coal terminal. We are creating a similar situation with this process, whereby you would have, if this process is not undertaken properly on the allocation using the Section 76, we might have a worse or bigger RBCT problem. That's my comments. And regarding that, we want to caution that we need to really think properly. There's been a very strong recommendation, if you had listened to the views, that the process needs to be reviewed so that it is inclusive, it's transparent, there is layers and levers of accountability, and it can be carried with integrity and ethical process. What we are currently coming in is at the end of the tail when the process has already been almost finalized. And I already foresee a situation where it's going to actually get the state into a legal battle, which is unnecessary. There are disgruntled interests, stakeholders, there will be communities, there will be vested interests, whatever it is. And we don't want to get to that point. So as the Parliament, we should be able to caution upfront these issues. The question around the current leases, we haven't been provided the clarity as to the status of all the leases and the return of the current particular infrastructure as agreed in the initial lease over to TNPA. That status has not been finalized. When we talk about the new leases or the new Section 76 engagement process, are we saying we are going to overlook first the return of the assets back to TNPA, asset book in terms of balance sheet, and thereafter skip that process and just reappoint or re-extend? That's another thing. It would be important if TNPA could get these assets back and bolster its balance sheet and be able to talk and say, if we are going to open up the process to public engagement, private-public partnerships, it should be done in such a way that it starts from the shareholder or the owner or the controller of the terminal, which is currently the landowner. It is not that process right now. So there's already mishaps in this process, and I'm not going to go into that. Issues other than that. But to be very precise is we can't force this thing to move forward unless it has satisfied certain key criteria. I think on our side, we don't want to have this situation where either industry is dictating to government, and which is something that we don't want. We want government to find a way to work with the sector. The other issue is the complaint that was brought forward. I'm wrapping up. Right? It's a complaint brought forward by the defense, including the question of their allocation. And there was a response to that complaint saying that, but the defense has no claim on the current existing process because they were not participants. They didn't request for an allocation of the current Island View stock capacity.
So that's a bit of a discrepancy issue. We are of the belief and we are of the view that that process had already happened. But the minister did dismiss it and said if people want to hear the answers to even some of the questions we raised, we can go to the 20-pager, which I've already gone through all the 20-pager, and there was no responses to our questions which we raised earlier in her presence. So this process is already taking us to the point where we really need to review this and we need to extend the process of engagement in order to get to a clarity level. That's where we are at right now. And if we don't get there, we would have problems because it is not ticking the boxes as it's supposed to be. The last question was, there was a presentation of an association of black terminal operators and engineers who had an interest in the island and were demanding a 30% allocation. We had not responded to that question or input as to what should be done, because if I do understand the process, the terminal has already been overprescribed. Where and how are they going to play? Where is the issue of the military's security of supply and tenure going to be allocated? And then based on that, where is all of these resources? And it comes to the question of saying, you know,
my worry is that you are now repeating yourself.
No, I'm finishing it.
If you can conclude.
No, don't be impatient with us, Chair. I'm saying the last point is
conclude.
Private sector wants to invest, which we extremely are excited for. But there is no talk of new infrastructure. We are fighting of something so small now that should have been actually either spoken on the level of expansion. We are putting in new investment, extending and building a new terminal that will complement Island View and even increase the current island shore on investment of infrastructure. So that is one of the things I'm going to hold it on that one. But this process needs to be reviewed. And we're not saying set it aside, but we need to review it to get to the end of it so that we can get every part of this process thoroughly transparent, accountable, and responsible to the people.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm advised that Honorable Masina will deal with the summary of recommendation encapsulating everyone's view, and then we give a direction on what must happen from here. That's the advice I'm getting from all the chairs. Honorable Mantashe, you want to come in before?
As the chair of the ANC.
I want to comment as the Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources in this committee. I'm not the chair of the ANC. Whoever says that is out of order. No,
I think he has withdrawn immediately. Just for me, looking at him, he has withdrawn.
No,
He's withdrawn, yeah.
Whoever is that is wrong. I'm not here in that role.
Yeah.
I'm here as the Minister of Petroleum, of Mineral and Petroleum Resources of the Republic of South Africa.
The Honorable the Minister of Mineral Resources, can you speak to us?
The former acting police minister.
Yes. But I've not been called to the Madlanga Commission for my 2 weeks. No, there are a few things that I want to clarify. Our relationship with you as portfolio committees, you are doing oversight on us. This will be your report, not our report. And you'll make your report to Parliament. As the portfolio committee or portfolio committees, I don't want to get into the nature of the report. But our presence here is almost incidental in that you wanted to get into our space and wanted to actually have a sight of our space. But it is your report. You're doing oversight on us. You are responsible for the report. You are responsible for the outcome. And it will go to Parliament. I can assure you, half the time when a portfolio committee submit reports to Parliament, ministers are uncomfortable because it's not their report. Sometimes you say things about us that has nothing to do with us, but you say them. It's your right. That's one. The number two is that I would have loved you to have a sense of the overall storage capacity in the country, rather than fighting to death about Island View. Leave the storage capacity everywhere else as if it does not exist. I'm saying now, this is what I would have loved, that you have looked into the Island View, but also have an assessment of the overall capacity, storage capacity in the country, so that when we talk of security of supply, we don't talk of security of supply only in respect of Island View. There's capacity in Cape Town, there's capacity in Sultana, there's capacity everywhere. I would have loved these committees to have a sense, even if it's a by the way, have a sense of the overall capacity of the state for storage. The last one is, I want to caution this committee not to be allergic in engaging the private sector. Not in an economy which is 70% private and 30% public. If you are allergic, you are depriving yourself of your right and your authority over that overall capacity, including capacity located in the private sector. It's under your authority. So if you are allergic, you are giving away that right to somebody else who is not defined. So I am submitting, therefore, that you will write your report. It has nothing to do with us. We've fulfilled our role of coming here and make our point in the committee. But after all, when the report comes out, it's a committee report. That's all I wanted to say. Actually, when you write that report, I don't think you should invite us. It's your report. You'll write.
We have no intention whatsoever, Honorable Mantashe, to invite you to our session of writing our reports. It must be assured. When we are done with you here, we are done with you, we'll do our part. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we understand, and I think you are raising an important point, that it will be important at a particular point to get to understand what is the overall storage capacity of the country in relation to the very critical issue of security of supply, and also relating to that the critical matters raised by the Defense Department. It's important, I think we note that, but it would have been ultra-virus in our part, would have went beyond the scope of duty if we had dealt with that particular matter when we are supposed to deal with this Island View matter. But of course, at a particular time when a full report is to be made, there will be nothing wrong with us saying our recommendations are based not only understanding Island View, but equally understanding the overall storage capacity in the Republic. There is no also, just also deal with this aspect of, there's no allergy in our part of engaging the private sector, and that's the reason why they're here. They spend the whole day here today. I don't think it has ever happened before that we have almost 5 committees convening these players in this particular manner. And that shows how we are not allergic at all. And we strongly believe, like we told you when you arrived for the first time in our engagement, that we strongly believe that we must believe to that principle of unity and struggle of the opposite, that we can strive for coexistence. And I think that's what underpinned our engagement through and through. But we need to appreciate you that you've been with us, and Minister Chrissy, as I said, for the input for the report. You be exempted. You have no responsibility to whatsoever in that regard. Honorable Masin.
Not yet. The meeting is not over. No, thank you very much, Co-Chairperson. I think that before I get into the substance of the issues, Minister Mantashe is raising a very fundamental point about the separation of power between Parliament and the Executive. And even in our first meeting and the second meeting, we did make this point that the reason why it's important that as the representative of the people, we must pick up the issues of those that legitimately have raised their concern, is to make sure that, because when people see government, that's why they don't know local government, provincial government, they see government. When you see Mandaje from the ANC, that's what you see. So it's important, therefore, that we must understand that dynamic relationship and how we can create spaces, but where we can persuade each other on certain things, we should be able to do so, respecting the separation of power. I think that's a point that he's making, which is a very, very important point our colleagues must note. Now, our view on the report to Parliament is that we need to make recommendations which are not necessarily going to disempower the traders or others who might want to go to court or might want to explore other things. But we want to demonstrate through this process that the executive and Parliament can work together, resolve certain issues that affects our people on a daily basis. I think this is what we are attempting to do here. So when we do that report, it's not going to be an imposition into the executive, but it's going to be a reasonable proposition which, in our view, and we've been trying this formally and informally to canvass the views in order to make progress with regard to the issues that we feel are genuine and will help the country move forward. So there is no intention on our part, honorable members and honorable minister, to bulldoze anybody about anything. We understand those things. So having said that, there are a few issues which, and or before that, maybe the 5 secretariats that are here, they will be consolidating 3 sets of reports into one. And all the time we've made certain recommendations, we will revisit and have probably a final meeting where we'll exclude the ministers and everyone else, because now it's going to be our report, outside of the ministers, outside of the black traders, outside of the oil majors that we've invited today, where we're going to rectify the report. We'll spend time there, even if we do it online, just to make sure the report is properly done. So we're going to do that process. So even if we didn't mention things that you believe strongly, or even after, we'll be able to check everything, including some of the information that has come before. But what has been critical for the purposes of today's meeting, what was discussed and the direction that is taking, in my view, is that firstly, on the third-party access, from the presentation of the minister and the deliberation of everyone here, it's very clear that basically there is a recommendation that NERSA and TNPA, in consultation with relevant stakeholders and industry players, should finalize the third-party framework for the Section 79 directive for incorporation into the terminal operator agreement. Remember, the terminal operator agreement is going to be finalized end of March. So if we put our report before time and we get the executive as we continue to engage with them and we agree, then we will have made a progress with regard to this issue. So this framework should cover the application, the framework will cover application, capacity allocation mechanism, third-party access procedure, monitoring and reporting, dispute resolution, compliance, enforcement, and sanctions. So we'll take you into confidence on all those issues because we have also been getting technical advice from the teams that are working with us. Then on defense, as a second issue, we are making a recommendation that we must enforce the existing legislations to guarantee the defense operational access to strategic fuel infrastructure consisting of fixed number of vessels from the time we started. And they have a whole range of things right up that we'll put in with regard to that. I know there were numbers, we were discussing them here. Good, no, let's not be prescriptive, but because the law prescribes itself what should be those numbers so that we don't repeat. Now, linked to that, we are recommending that the Ambrose Park and the Sandaf site be incorporated into a port limit because it's there already. But TNPA is unable to do certain things, including expanding the network, I think, as a linked point. And I'm told that will require some work to be done in order for those to be included as part and parcel of the port limit. I think that's the second thing that we are talking about. The third area is around the Section 56 process, which the minister said that there are 4 sites which must go through the Section 56. So with regard to the 4 sites which are available, the parliamentary process is recommending that those be reserved for black traders, actually using the Section 79 instead of Section 56 in order to ensure fairness and transparency. So we'll have to go and persuade the minister and the team to say, look, you can't apply different rules. For oil measures, they got Section 79, right or wrong. For black traders, on these things that are there, we also think that it's something that we can recommend and it's making sense in our view. There were other questions that were being raised about international benchmark. Actually, so the Section 79 directive does contradict the global practice model of port governance. We've looked into the World Bank Port Reform Toolkit of 2025 that shows that ports across the world use landlord port model, wherein the authority owns the common user infrastructure and the oil majors owns the movable infrastructure and use to load and offload the bulk liquid fuel. As a matter of, so that we are clarified, whatever we will do to moderate those is an issue. The fourth issue is around the aggregator, is to, obviously, we'll have to ask the legal team of Parliament to look into all the existing legislation, especially the TNPA and so on, to make sure that we don't make the TNPA the referee and the player as far as this issue is concerned. But already in law, we've seen and demonstrated by even all the presentations that NERSA actually does have that role in law. So they will have to make sure that we balance that particular input and ensure that we are able to move forward. Now, I believe that with this, including the first and the second recommendations brought together, and if anything is missing from anywhere, we should then be able to consolidate recommendations that are going to encompass everything that we want to say. And finally, the issue of the security of supply is very critical. So we are not allergic in working with oil measures. We want space for others in a much more responsible manner. So we are going to make sure that over the next few days, because we don't have much time, the chair of Minerals was teaching me about tagging the report so that it gets quicker into Parliament. So we've got a few days. I think the administration will have to work very hard to make sure that the report is consolidated, recommendations are made by various parties, and then consolidated into a report of Parliament that is tagged. But in the meantime, appeal to Minister Mantashe, Minister Mutseha, Minister Ramukhopa, Minister Tao, and Minister Chris, that they continue at the level of the executive to engage in order to ensure that we find a solution that is going to balance between the three critical things that have been raised: the security of supply, the issues of transformation, the issues of ensuring that our sovereignty and territorial integrity is not compromised in the process. Actually, in the previous presentations, I can just raise this point. One of the criticism that was raised, Honorable Mantashe, was that the oil majors, when we had our friends from BRICS, South Africa, they refused to refuel some of the planes. They had to go to Mozambique. That tampers with our integrity as the country. We will not go to accept things like those. So that's why it's important that these strategic reserves, that strategic reserves of the country, so that we can take our own decisions. We can't allow foreign companies to be taking decisions about who we relate with and who we don't relate with. It's not acceptable. So these things, we are not fudging them, are reality that are before us, and we want to request honorable members to add any other thing, taking into account that actually there is two other sets of recommendations that are there from where we started the process, and there will still be this opportunity, and people must not rush. When this opportunity comes, everything else, let's go to our researchers and make sure that they can, because we've already picked up what are the issues. And then finally, with regard to our invited guests, the oil majors, we appreciate that you've really made time to come here. And we want you to leave this house understanding that as things stand, you are in control of 85% of our import of the petroleum. And we've looked into this transformation. There's Khatebe there, there's somebody there, there's skills there, and. Parliament is not necessarily happy that, and we're not taking the guidance from Minister Mantashe, we're not blaming those of you who are there. These companies are big, and in certain areas of jurisdiction where they operate, they play according to the local rules. We would like to implore you to understand that it's not a vendetta against you, but we want to ensure that we are working together to bring about the relevant transformation. So as I conclude, I can see the minister wants to leave. Yeah. As we conclude, we're done now. So as we conclude, we really want us to have this ongoing conversation. Let's open our minds, our hearts on how we can ensure that the state has got a greater role to play, and the state will have a responsibility to make sure that it brings along some of the traders that are technically and financially sound to be in the space. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thanks very much. Colleagues, I think we are two important things that we must note. You have had the direction, but we must first thank the colleagues who raised the concern from the beginning. It's important to thank them. Honorable Mantashe, you are released. Yeah, you can leave. You are released. We must thank you, colleagues, because you have used Parliament as your ear and as your mouthpiece. We appreciate that, so that we can be able to do that. I can't thank Honorable Mantashe anymore. I think I've exhausted. I'll come to your hands. Honorable Masina, I think you are right. One of the things that we must also correct, which I wanted to correct it when Honorable Mantashe is here, is the continuous assertion of referring to our players, especially those who complain that they don't have a balance sheet or they don't have a personal capital. I don't think that issue must continue to re-emerge, because it's an issue that seeks to affirm a supremacist tendencies that Honorable Mantashe was talking about earlier on. Yeah. So I thought, but lastly, as we look into the aggregator, we must also look into the role that actually VOPEC is also playing in the space, because it doesn't come in, they didn't come in as
as the IOC, but they are playing a very important role in the port. And I think as we consolidate our report, we must also have to look into that particular role that they are playing. Honorable Gama and Honorable Mani, what is that you wanted to say on the summary?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Chair, I think we need to incorporate an assessment in that report in terms of the defect or the deficiency or whether there's any illegality. Because as lawmakers, if there's an illegality that has taken place in the Section 79, we're not going to countenance that. So I think, Masina, when you talk about that, we need to incorporate that legal assessment in terms of the parliamentary legal team must have a quick...
Noted. Honorable Montana, let's not re-discuss the summary.
Chair, but I think I just...
Montana, it's you.
Chair, I just want to raise two issues which I thought Honorable Masina would deal with. The first issue, I think, of course, we didn't give feedback to the different presentations that have been made here in terms of the industry. I think to some extent, and I think that we need also to drive a message to the industry, because if you look at what the industry had said today, and we can't have double standards in these issues, Chair.
Honorable Montana, please, with due respect, let's not reopen the...
No, I'm not reopening, Chair, but I'm simply saying that if you look at the issue of the application that has been made, and when we speak to issues of legality, I think we need to urge the industry that when a law is being broken, you can't, when it suits you, you look the other way. And when it doesn't suit you, I think that is very important.
Okay.
But so that is one. The second issue, Chair, I think that whilst we welcome the summary, we shouldn't exclude to parties who still want to test independently whether this legality, because the report will not do justice to that, who want to do that. Because these measures, of course, I think we've made good progress. We support that. But for some of us who still want to check whether the minister indeed acted lawfully, I think that we should reserve that right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Nkondo?
Yeah, mine is very short, Chair. In fact, it was going to help you to take things forward. Just to simply say, for the record, that as the MK party, we note the summary of the chair, and we will use the opportunity to make our own formal submission to the table. And we hope that it will be incorporated. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Fasia, you are the last.
Thanks, Chair. I want to align myself with the summary as a true reflection of the meeting. And of course, anyone is welcome to, as we already put in our recommendation, seek a legal opinion on the legality of the Section 79. No one is precluded from doing that. But I'm worried that we're going to go backwards. So I just wanted to say that the summary is a true reflection of the meeting and we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Fasia. And I think that sums up the meeting. Colleagues, compatriots, people of South Africa, we want to thank you. This meeting is officially closed.